certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
So is this Rumble thing just not going today? Does it just feel, is it just not feeling it? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Rumble is just, guys, it 100% cannot be on my end. It cannot be on the toes end. I sat here. I've restarted it 3 times now with many different servers. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. This one is not on me. I guess I'll leave the Rumble stream up. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll leave the Rumble stream up as like an advertisement to head on over to YouTube. Or Twitter or somewhere else. I don't know. But it's gonna be a weird day today. This is gonna be a hobbled, crippled toe stream. I guess waiting for an encoding server to claim placeholder video. So I've done Restream, OBS, Rumble Studio. It's if it's 3 of them, it can't be me. I don't know what to do. Now, anyone who's watched Steel Toe for any modicum of time knows that tech has never been my strong suit. So there is absolutely a chance that this disaster of a start to today's show is totally my fault. There is definitely a possibility. There is a world where this is all on me. And I'm a little flustered right now. But I'm pretty positive this isn't me. I'm just, literally, I did what I've done every morning and every evening show that it works. So I don't want to take responsibility for this one because I don't think it's on me. I do think it's on Rumble. I also saw, I don't think Bubba's live right now. So there might be an issue with Rumble. Because usually when I log into Rumble, the first thing up on my top picks. Oh no, Bubba's live, but he's only got 670 people. Yeah, so Bubba's fucked on Rumble as well. Okay. Whew. So it's not just a me problem. You know me, when I got to streaming, I looked to Bubba. And whatever Bubba's doing, Bubba must be doing it right. Well, I tell you what, Rumble, head on over to YouTube. People are asking me, have you tried blowing on it? I have. I have. When I put the cartridge back in, I hit the lip, and I barely put the lip down. It didn't work. Have you? Oh, and also I did try unplugging it and plugging it back in. It didn't work there either. Mikey Two Milk says, everyone just wait here 44Ron will be back for smokes any minute now. See, I still read the Rumble chat, even though they're not getting the show. Everything else works on Rumble. Aaron messed it up somehow. He does this sort of thing. No, because Bubba's not right either. Look, I'll show you. I'm telling you. I am desperate for your approval. Watch. Oh, shit. It's totally... Oh, wait, maybe it's not working. How does he only have 697 people watching? He usually has, like, 5,000.
It's going to be, way smaller.
Fuck.
But, the things just in this studio that we don't use. One, the stage. We built the stage for bands.
Oh, Bubba's making his studio smaller? That's not good. Well, anyway, so apparently I'm the only fucking retard who can't figure out Rumble. All right, fair enough. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's see if we can hit a goal today with a busted wing. Our primary streaming platform is down. It's gonna get wild. Mr. Beat says, what the fuck is this YouTube bullshit? Let's get toxic in here. All right, toxify away over on the YouTube end of things. Let's go ahead and... Wait, now we got it. Do I have to change the way we ask for money? Because now it's got to be Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. No, I can't say Rumble Rants. I mean, you can send them. People are asking if you can use... See, this is going to be bad in the YouTube chat today because now people are saying, can you say the K word? It's... The Rumble people are not going to be used to how things work over on the YouTube end of things. I wonder what happened with Bubba that his stream is working and he's down to like 600 some odd people. That's disconcerting to me. And I also don't know why I'm so concerned about what's going on with Bubba. Dio Ruled with $4.99 says, no Rumble, YouTube sucks, not sticking around through 100 ads. Good luck today, Aaron. See, I knew that was going to happen. People like Rumble more than they like YouTube. It happens. They're saying, fucking hell, YouTube, ads popping up every 2 fucking minutes. Fucking scroll bar, ads blocking the chat. Really? They're that bad with ads now? I wonder. See, because they have it set to monetization on, mid-roll ads automatic. That's what they recommend. I don't know. Is that so? That's a YouTube thing. So YouTube's fucking around with the greedy assholes running the ads. YouTube is ass. Benjamin Netanyahu on YouTube says, watch your language, Mr. Imholt. Dude, I don't want to piss off Benjamin Netanyahu. You understand what he can do. Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes both started a YouTube channel yesterday. I like that. I like that these people are kind of testing YouTube. I don't know if you saw it, but YouTube was on Capitol Hill. They were in front of Congress. And they were saying, like, it was Google, YouTube's parent company, Alphabet. And they were in front of Congress because they were just checking on what they own. And they were saying that, like, we censored during the Biden administration. The Biden administration asked us to censor stuff, take stuff down for the election, take stuff down for COVID. And we did. And we censored people. Even if they weren't wrong, we would censor those people. And so... now they're saying we're going to bring some people back. We're going to have some people, return from their hiatus or suspension or having their channels deleted. So a bunch of people are now creating YouTube channels like they're getting out ahead of it. They're sprinting out ahead of YouTube and they're going, oh, yeah, let's put you to the test on that. We're not going to wait for you to give us our old channels back. We're just going to start new channels. So Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, both of them kicked off of YouTube for political reasons, are now starting their own channels, and they're going to basically force YouTube to delete them. And when YouTube deletes them, which I think they will, they're going to say, hey, you guys are full of shit. I don't know if Google cares. I think they'll just ban those guys and keep moving. But I could be wrong. Good for them. I know Owen Benjamin did the same thing. I follow Owen Benjamin. I like Owen. And he started a YouTube channel as well. to see if he could beat the censors. Wildcard with 199 says maybe it's your shirt. Oh, no. And by the way, these are not showing up on my OBS. Nathan Peterson over on YouTube says, we're not saying you can't watch the toe. We're not even saying you can't watch the toe in the morning. We're just saying you can't watch the toe on Rumble. You're correct. Victor, becoming a member for 40 months. Thank you, Victor. He says, A4on didn't sacrifice enough of his potato stock to the Rumble gods. Is that what it was? I keep too many potatoes in my pocket. I didn't give enough to the Rumble gods. Son of a bitch. Miss Tay with $10 says, have you turned it off and on again, fatty? Thank you. Johnny's Dead Cat says, your channel wasn't on my Rumble feed when I opened Rumble. It disappeared from the home screen. Yeah. Hulkamasha Baby says, quality start. This is your fault somehow. Well, look, if you're someone who said, we wanted you to open up the YouTube chat for a long time, maybe this is God's way of saying, Aaron, you got to open up that YouTube chat a little more. You got to talk to these YouTubers. So, and by the way, to all of you who can't beat the toe and it drives you nuts, and this is why we have secondary platforms. Wouldn't you rather just have one platform so all your viewers, you can look at it? No, because I'm not that ego-driven. I don't mind if there's 350 here and 350 there. It all adds up to the same number. And now if one of them shits the bed, I can still do a show in the morning. We did get to Dio Ruled. Thank you for the $4.99. Balls Deep gifting a membership. Now my shit's showing up on my Chat Ninja. Wunderbar. People are putting up green. Oh, they found out there may not be green sirens on YouTube, but there are green lights for their WPH. So you can still get this guy in there. Well, I don't know. We do have more Somalis being indicted in Minnesota, so you might still get that opportunity. Balls Deep gifting a membership. Thank you. Yeah, let's get the memberships up on YouTube. I have completely lost the chat also. Oh, no, I didn't. I fucked up. Imagine that. I'm having a rough go of it today, guys. I'm knocked on my ass a little bit. Beluzier becoming a member for 40 months. Says a lot has changed in 40 months. Let's go back and watch some old content. Let me tell you something. That's a fucking ride, my man. Oh, he's saying, no, there's still tech issues. Oh, I get it. I'm a piece of shit. Miss Tay gifting 10 memberships on YouTube. Holy shit.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Squirrel Boy Q with $5 says all the people bitching need to stop being so poor. Premium is like $12 a month, and poof, no more ads. That's true. I wish YouTube was like Rumble, where if you got a membership, where if you just paid $5 a month to a channel, you got no ads. That would be a nice little feature for them to add. Like the NFL, like the XFL was never going to beat the NFL, but the NFL did take production stuff and kickoffs from the XFL. I think YouTube could take a few things from Rumble. Thank you, Miss Tay, for that 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate it. And then you got Balls Deep with his. We just read Squirrel Boy Q. So now I have to add all that up. 35, 40, 45. Oh, my goodness. 245 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. You guys are off to an incredible start. Thank you so much. Gift, since we're on YouTube today and we're hanging out with everyone on YouTube, this is a weird day for the toe. Make sure you hit like, make sure you hit share, make sure you hit follow. We'll get there today is what I'm trying to say. We'll get there. It's a weird day. But we're adjusting. JD Straight Shot says Karmic X is not happy. He knows you're beating him. Look, Karmic, you're a whack packer. People tune in to see if you're fucked up and if you're crying. All right? People are tuning into me today to see, hey, what's in the news? Hey, most of my audience is in Minnesota. They're going to say, oh, looks like he's shitting on Minnesota today. Looks like Tim Walz did some retarded shit. Looks like more Somalis are getting indicted. And they want to have like a little fun with the news stuff. They tune in because it's a morning show. They can have their coffee. They can be at work. It passes the time. People who live normal lives with real jobs, Karmic, they don't want to watch a guy have mental breakdowns and go, well, this is all fucking bullshit, and be hammered at 6 a.m. They have shit to do. You depress the fuck out of them. Whereas here we talk about the news, then we go to the chat. People throw a little money. They say you've got mashed potatoes in your pockets. I go, oh, woe is me. I so don't have mashed potatoes in my pockets. And we do a little show and we leave. You have mental breakdowns and people want to encourage you to get more and more drunk and ruin your life. And you're falling for it because having 80 people watching a stream is somehow important to you. Karmic, this ain't hate teaching. This is love teaching. I wouldn't tell you this if I didn't love you. You're not going to be where the toe is. And by the way, where the toe is like the bottom. The toe is like, on a good day, we can maybe smooch 700 people watching us at a time. That's not good. I think between Rumble and YouTube, our unique viewers every single month is like somewhere between 35 and 50,000 different people. Ethan Klein gets that in the snap of a finger. All right? So, buddy, don't bite off more than you can chew, kid, because I ain't going to fight you. I ain't going to kill you, dog. I'm going to help you. I'm going to give you some help. As Theo Vaughn would say, you're a bit of a dirt serpent. I'm going to clean you up a little bit, kid. I'm your friend. Anna Walz says, all those Dabbleverse people are depressing as fuck. I know, and my big addiction is that I can't help but poke them every once in a while because they take streaming and podcasts too seriously. So you poke them a little bit. It's like a wind-up toy. You can wind them up, and then they go mental. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, for what it's worth, I'm currently here to see you struggle with your gateway computer and Korean Temu webcam. That's not, it's a nice, you know what? No, I've learned years ago not to defend myself from scurrilous attacks. Yes, that's right. Scurrilous. These attacks are scurrilous. Mussolini Diff says, I love toe haters. They come into chat believing everyone is on their side. Isn't it amazing? They're the love of my life. But thank you, Nova. Nova was very nice to me this morning. That creeps me out. Whenever Nova is complimentary or nice, it creeps me the fuck out. Rumble servers seem to be having issues keeping their servers up over the last 12 hours. You are still generally a fat incompetent, but you can pass the buck on this one. Shout outs to the $6 meal deal. Thank you, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, so it is not my fault. MSO is correcting everyone, saying it's a compact computer. It's not. It's not a compact. It's a nice gaming computer. It's fine. $2 from Matthew Q says the retarded off-out company is in full swing of potato harvest right now, Aaron. I'm just saying you can make $18.75 an hour and take home all the potatoes you could carry, not only in your pockets, but in buckets and bags. I don't carry potatoes in my pocket. Why don't you believe me? All right, guys, it is our last morning show of the week, which means it's our last goal of the week. And if we knock out today, I'm going to be absolutely shocked because we're flying without our primary platform. If we can knock out our goal without our primary platform, I'm going to shit my pants. Just don't make me sign a contract that holds me to that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. I can't say Rumble Rants. Is your 56K acting up? I don't have a 56K modem. Thank you. Benchtop Model says, hey, you potato lover. Thanks. Appreciate it. All right. I feel comfortable. I feel like things are going smooth. I'm feeling dangerous. Let's get into it. Let's do a show. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We've had like 3 false starts today. I'm pretty sure our audience doesn't know where the hell to find us. So go ahead and help them out. Like, subscribe, comment, follow, whatever the kids say today. I appreciate it. Okay. I don't even get this many ads watching Bubba. Get YouTube Premium. I'm telling you. I don't know what to say. We have another You know, the original title of today's show was Minnesota is a cesspool or Minnesota's falling apart or whatever, something we could all agree on. By the way, day 3 of collared shirts only on the toe. Polos are going to be as trashy as it gets from now on. I'm inspired by Nick Fuentes. So I'm gay now. But Minnesota is, I've been, anyone who watches this show and says, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so, knows that I've been Pollyannish on the state of Minnesota. I am something of a patriot for the state I live in. I like it here. I'm not a big fan of winters, but you know what winters do? Winters tell you when it's time for a vacation. And in Minnesota, around January, you don't want to go too early. The art of going on vacation in Minnesota is when you come back, you don't want there to be too much winter left. That's why I don't think anybody should be pulling triggers on vacations in Minnesota until after February 15th. Because if you go in December, it's like you still have a memory. There were still like some 60-degree days in mid to late October. Wasn't that long ago. And then when you come back, you got at least 3-4 months of misery. If you go in January, again, you're coming back right in the middle of wilderness. If it's February 15th, the month of March, we start creeping into the 40s, creeping into the 50s. Snow starts melting. You start to see a little hope on the horizon. So February isn't bad. Ideally, if you could wait until early March, mid-March to take a vacation in Minnesota, you come back late March, early April, not only are you kind of out of the woods, you might have a stray snow flurry here and there. Not only are you out of the woods, but the sun's out a lot and the days are getting longer. I would hold on that long. But I have been a defender of this state for a long time. And I've said that, Minnesota is a good state. We've got our problems. We've got higher taxes. We got a lot of liberal politicians. But you know what? You stay away from Minneapolis, St. Paul, and maybe parts of Duluth. And the state's pretty goddamn nice. And people have been telling me, Aaron, open your eyes. Aaron, you're being a bitch. Aaron, you're being a piece of shit. I think I have to yield. I mean, it's every day. And now Walz wants a third term as governor. It's getting closer to my doorstep. I mean, St. Cloud, I had to tweet about it yesterday, which is a stupid thing to do. I mean, tweeting is gay, but I had to tweet about it yesterday because I'm driving my kids through the east side of St. Cloud, and I literally had a flashback to my grandmother who raised my mother's family on Wilson Avenue. And I remember going to visit my grandmother, and you would just walk from, I sound like such an old man, the drugstore and the strawberry phosphates. You would walk from my grandma's house to Little Duke's, and you would get snacks. Shut the fuck up. Shove some potatoes in your pockets. And it was like an old-timey downtown. There was a dentist's office and a Dutch-made bakery. Shut the fuck up. Then you had the liquor store and the cigar shop where my cousin worked. And you had the Ace Bar and Grill where people could come, have a nice meal. You had a barber shop. You had where all the black people hung out. And I'm just kidding. We didn't have black people back then. Oh, my God. It was a nice place. And now you go down there and it looks like Gaza. It looks bombed out. It looks like the buildings have been shot at, which they may have. Some buildings are torn down. Some buildings are dilapidated and falling apart. Some of them just look like they're used for storage at this point. And then the Somalis come in. It's Somali grocery stores. It's halal rabinana. And then it's just empty storefronts. And don't get me wrong, you got a lot of do-good liberals who want to put stuff in there. Like there's some lady who's like, I'm going to put a place to have a nice luncheon in the east side of St. Cloud. It's like, dude, who's going to fucking go? Who's going to your little nice white people luncheon place? They opened a place called Iron Street Distillery recently. It's a place that makes whiskey and you can go. It's like a brewery for people who want to drink hard alcohol because they got real problems. And it's in this old Eagle Company building that has like shot out windows, and it was real shitty. They fixed up a portion of this big building to open their distillery. They must be doing okay because they've been around for, I think, a couple years now. But it's just like, it's literally the only thing that's there. And then you take a look at the news that's coming out of the east side of St. Cloud, and it's just dismal. This is Fox 9. Woman stabbed to death in her St. Cloud home. Now, I don't know if you know this, but the city of St. Cloud, Minnesota doesn't really do murder. You know, we're one of those towns where if somebody gets killed, it's kind of a big story because it doesn't happen a lot. But when it does happen, it happens on the east side. Late Tuesday night, St. Cloud police responded to a home on St. Germain Street East near 10th Avenue after a 911 call hang up. At the home, police found a woman who had been stabbed multiple times. The victim was rushed to the hospital where she was later pronounced dead. Officers arrested a 26-year-old man at the scene who was booked into the Benton County Jail. That's interesting. Benton County. East St. Germain is Stearns County. On charges related to the death, police say the victim and suspect knew each other but did not say how. Neither the suspect nor the victim have been identified at this point. I mean, I could point a few fingers if it would make you feel comfortable. But it's the east side of St. Cloud. It's just the same old shit. And I don't know what the government can't do everything. The government can't fix shit like this. The most frustrating part about watching a city be in decline, and the worst part about a certain segment of that community being in decline, is you have to sit there and wait for them to do better. That's the most frustrating part, knowing that it ain't trending that way. So you have the east side of St. Cloud, you're like, God, this is dog shit. And the government's like, well, what can we do to help? Nothing. It's not like you can invent a successful business. First of all, people have to feel safe to go down there. There has to be something they want to do. Nobody wants to go to the east side of St. Cloud. They'd rather shove fucking ice picks in their eyeballs. And then you have to wait for the people who live there to look around and agree with you that it's shit, which they don't because they come from a third world piss hole. So they don't care what it looks like. To them, as long as buildings are made out of stone and concrete and they're standing upright, hot diggity damn, we got ourselves a parade. So they don't care. It's already built for them. They're already getting the benefits to build the thing they want to build. And then if they start up a business, they fucking bill Medicare for services never rendered and they just take the money. So they're not like, you have to agree that there's a problem. You have to agree that we need to fix it, and you have to agree on what that is. And the people who are currently occupying the east side of St. Cloud don't see the issue. This is what happens when you bring third world people into your community. I'm spitting, for God's sake. When you bring third world people into your community, you don't have a cultural agreement on what is dog shit. To them, oh my God, this is paradise. Because we have running water. Because we have cars that start with their year model starts with 2000. So holy shit, we're killing it. You know, an 01 Bonneville, holy shit, when did we get fancy in this family? So I don't know what fixes it. I mean, you got to have people with some standards who are willing to go down there again. And I don't know if I see it happening is all. I just don't know if I see it happening. Hunter with $5. Somebody says there's been 3 stabbings recently. Yeah, that was the thing when I got that story, and I took that story and I put it in the prep sheets for today. I went, well, I don't know. I'm not so sure. I think this is a story I saw like a couple of days ago. Turns out it wasn't. It was a new stabbing. So I got a story to talk about on the show. Yay. But it's a stabbing that I didn't know had happened yet in St. Cloud. Wonderful. Grand Poobah letting me know that the northeast side is Benton. Okay. Southeast side is Sherburne. Okay. Sure, Jeff says, we have toilet paper. Well, you see, that's another one. Mr. Beat says Trump told the FCC to start banning all the Rumble accounts. They didn't like what the creators were saying. Oh, is that it? $5 from Michael Thompson says Handymans and Val's is there. Well, you know what? That's a good point. Then I lose. If Val's is there. Jesus Christ. Are we still, hey, Rumble's back! Rumble's back! Oh my God, we're live on Rumble again. Look at that, everybody. I'm sorry, we were having fun on YouTube. We were having a good time over there on YouTube. And now Rumble's back. Holy shit. You can go check it out. Look at you guys. Happy to see you again, you little fuckers. You're, by the way, 62 memberships away from 600. No, YouTube, I'm not going to say goodbye. You've actually been very fun today, and I appreciate it. Balls Deep has got the Rumble link in the chat. Thank you. I'm actually going to pin that. I'm keeping the YouTube, what do you call it? I'm keeping the chat up. Don't worry. Wally World gifting 5 memberships over on YouTube. Isn't that sweet of the kid? Isn't that sweet? Hey, guys, I'm going to leave this here for just a minute. We are at 2:30 for today. Don't get used to it. Brian with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. Give him the Alex drop.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
Thank you, guys. You guys are off to an amazing start today, even though I have not been, so I really appreciate that. We are at 210 for today. Thanks again. Thanks again. And On a Wall getting us started on Rumble by gifting a membership. We are 61 away from 600 and 205 away from today's goal. Look at you guys. Hey, Rumble, go fucking bananas. Everyone gift a membership. MSO says everyone gift a membership right now to Jenny Craig for Aaron. That's not, see, now we were having a good time. We were having a good time. Hunter with $5 says, if people will never acknowledge the truth until it's too late to stop the decent down the slippery slope. You know what? I have a feeling I've sent everyone down a depressing road. I have a feel. See, now I feel like I've given people too much nihilism. I've given them too much darkness. I need to bring them hope. James Comey might go to jail. Huh? That's got to make you feel good, right? Let's do that. Breaking news yesterday. I'm dicking around on Twitter. I'm looking for stuff to talk about for the next day's show. And what do I see? James Comey could be indicted any second now. James Comey, the former FBI director, could be indicted in the coming days. Chrissy with $10 over on PayPal. Not that Chrissy. Not that Chrissy, you guys. Jesus. I saw people were going hard in the paint on Chrissy Mayer about her going to the Charlie Kirk Memorial. People have too much time on their hands. You know, people just have too much. Like, I think they have a lot of anger and hostility that they usually direct inward at themselves, and it needs to get out. So it goes and finds a host, and then they just latch onto it. And I think Chrissy Mayer was that host for some people. And what's she doing at the Charlie Kirk Memorial? I don't know. Being at the Charlie Kirk Memorial to say she was there. I mean, it's hard being the only fair guy on the internet who criticizes when criticism is valid, because I don't have to make my money off criticism, thank Christ. So I don't have to look stupid making shit up. I see a lot of the anti-steel toe people kind of live their lives that way. And I'm like, you do understand you're the punchline. But like with Chrissy, it's kind of the same way. It's like she went to, I think a lot of these people who bitch at her for going to the Charlie Kirk Memorial are just people who want to go to the Charlie Kirk Memorial themselves and can't. They probably wanted to go. So they're like, she's trying to make money off it. Well, how do you know? I was watching the PBD podcast with Nick Fuentes. And Patrick Bet-David was on there going, I was at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, and I want to tell you about and he's gushing about the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Isn't that him technically trying to make money off the Charlie Kirk Memorial? So I don't know. I just feel like some people really want to make themselves miserable. And it's almost like that's their gimmick. Although maybe we could argue Chrissy Mayer is kind of like that Zinn guy. at the Kirk shooting. You know, he was at 9/11. He was at the Boston Marathon bombing. Yeah, Chrissy's at January 6th. Chrissy's at the Kirk thing. She's only got one more, and then she's, what was his name, George Zinn? I don't know. Thank you guys very much. We are off to a great start today, a weird start today because, again, the YouTube Rumble thing. Only about 400 of you checking out the show right now. I did say that earlier. I said our numbers are going to be way fucking down because I kept stopping the stream and starting it again and the whole deal. So thank you guys very much. Those of you who have hung around, you're fantastic. You're doing great. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work. And like I said, we're going to bring back the YouTube chat to the program. It's going to be a little difficult for me to juggle two of them, but it'll be more listener content for a while. Wally World says statute of limitations was about to run out on Comey, so he needs to be indicted quickly. Yeah, I think with Comey, a lot of this is distraction too. Because, again, every time we start, I think they wanted us to be done asking about the Epstein list by now. And people, it's really all some people want to talk about is that Epstein list. And good, keep it alive. Keep that fucking ball in the air. Hold these lying bastards' feet to the fire on the Epstein list. But every time they do, something happens. You know, Charlie Kirk gets killed. Jimmy Kimmel gets canceled. I'm not saying they have anything to do with these things. I'm saying the stuff that gets pumped up in the media is stuff that they want to be out there because this damn Epstein thing won't go away. I mean, it's almost like these people promised to get us the information and then they, they made the deal and then crawfished and then drilled us right in the ass. So now it's going to be the Comey thing. Oh, my God, Comey. They're also trying to cover up the fact that Trump is, after saying, oh, I'm so mad at Israel for bombing Qatar, it's not good. He's now trying to secure $6 billion in weapons funding for Israel. I mean, I don't know what Israel needs another $6 billion worth of weapons for. Have you seen Gaza? It's fucking gone. They wiped it off the face of the earth. You know, with their gentle and kind bombing. Ben Shapiro makes me sick, by the way. Ben Shapiro, is it possible for a citizen to be a war criminal? Because that guy is such a puke. I mean, he sits there and with a straight face, I don't know if he believes this shit or what, but Ben Shapiro will go, they are fighting the most ethical urban war that's ever been seen. Bro, the whole thing is wiped out. I mean, it would be like looking at Dresden or Hiroshima or Nagasaki and go, they all look like military targets to me. So, I mean, that guy's a fucking puke. But every time we're going to give another $6 billion to Israel, or every time people want to talk about Epstein and releasing all the files and Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene get all the victims together and they have a big press conference, some damn thing happens and that's all we need to focus on. And I wonder if this James Comey thing isn't because the Kimmel thing lost juice, the Charlie Kirk thing has lost juice, they had the memorial now. They need something to distract people. Here's a good idea. Stop fucking up so much, and then you don't have to distract people quite as much. Let's go ahead and listen to this report of the James Comey, the possibility of James Comey indictment.
Three sources familiar tell MSNBC former FBI Director James Comey is expected to be indicted in the coming days. The full extent of the charges being prepared against Comey is unclear. Joining us now.
Now, what I heard is lying to the FBI, and this is kind of poetic. And I don't know. I think we should move on from Comey. I think we should move on from Hillary and all that stuff. But like James Comey, they're talking about charging him with lying to the FBI, which is funny because he was the director of the FBI. But they want to accuse him of lying to government officials, lying to the FBI. Now, I think it's kind of an abuse of power. It doesn't really do anything for me as a tax-paying American to see James Comey get indicted. But James Comey and his ilk at the FBI are the ones who fucked over the general, Flynn. General, was it Michael Flynn? Really good guy. American hero. The whole nine. And they were questioning him about connections to Russia. And they couldn't connect Trump to Russia because the Steele dossier was bullshit, and they're floundering and they produce no charges. Paul Manafort didn't register as a foreign agent when he was lobbying for a Ukrainian company, so they got him on that, even though fucking AIPAC can lobby all day long, whatever. That's not the point. The point is they didn't have any charges on Trump collusion with Russia. So they bust Manafort on a chintzy lobbying for a foreign country while not registering as a foreign agent thing. And then they get General Flynn with lying to the FBI. And then they held that up and they go, look, charges related to the Trump administration with Russia. And Flynn lost his national security advisor job. And he had to face criminal consequences. And he didn't lie about Russia. He didn't lie about a connection. You know, it was a little more serious than this, and I'm being hyperbolic, but lying to the FBI can mean one day you told them you were wearing a green shirt and the next day you told them you were wearing a blue shirt. Basically, if you get interviewed by the FBI and they don't have anything on you, they're going to get you to fucking lie to them, whether you know you are or not. So they fucked over Michael Flynn. They dragged his sterling reputation through the mud, kind of like they did with General Petraeus when they thought he might run against Obama in 2012. And now I feel like this is the tables turning. This is why I don't want free speech to go away. This is why I don't want to celebrate the Kimmel thing. This is why I don't want the FCC talking about threatening licenses, because I know it feels good to do it to the other side. I know it feels good, like they did it to Flynn, let's do it to Comey. They did it to Roseanne, let's do it to Kimmel. Okay, but now who's the good guy? Like, now the whole reason you're the good guy is just trust me, bro. Instead of, well, no, we're the good guy because we don't do X, Y, and Z. We don't take these shortcuts. That's why the devil always wins first. Because it takes the good guys time to get going because they do it the right way. They don't take shortcuts. So I don't know if going after Comey is necessarily a great look. This is like the people who want to throw Fauci in prison. Look, man, I do too. I want to see that rat fucker behind bars. He might literally be a rat fucker. I'd like to see him behind bars, but he's pardoned. He won. Fauci won. The best thing we can do is make sure it doesn't happen with the next Fauci. But James Comey, I don't really see how this is a win for America. I don't see how this lowers anybody's property taxes. I don't see how this makes anybody happier in their neighborhood or their city safer. I don't know how arresting James Comey brings back the east side of St. Cloud, Minnesota. This seems spiteful. This seems vengeful. And I know what you're thinking. Aaron, Donald Trump is not a spiteful man. But this seems like you got General Flynn. We're going to get James Comey. The only thing is, I think the deep state and like the Clintons of the world, you can say, we're going to get James Comey, and they'll go, all right, fuck it. We didn't like that guy anyway.
MSNBC Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian and MSNBC Senior Investigative Correspondent Carol Lenig, Chris O'Leary, Ashley Parker, still with us.
Was that born a woman? I'm not trying to be. That sounds like an asshole thing to say, but this seems like an MSNBC special.
Carol, help us understand the reporting.
So, Katie, we have some sources who say that.
Speaking of trans, that's Katie Tur. Her father was a guy, the guy who was in the helicopter filming the O.J. Bronco chase. And Katie Tur's dad transitioned into a woman named Zoe Tur. Fun little fact for you.
For several weeks now, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia, and actually in offices that are potentially much further south than Alexandria, have been eyeing ways to indict Comey, and they are getting very much closer. The statute of limits, rephrase, they are arguing that Comey, there is evidence to suggest Comey lied to Congress in his testimony on the Hill in September of 2020. And for viewers out in the audience who may not be legally as nerdy as me and Ken, I'll just say that there's a statute of limitations to charge people with the crime of lying to Congress or perjury, and that's 5 years.
Lying to Congress, not the FBI. Okay. By the way, I can definitely, whenever I watch an MSNBC clip, I go, I can see why you guys don't get viewership. It's boring, man. They're so dry. And I get it. The news is supposed to be dry. It's supposed to be boring, but not anymore. We were looking at the TV ratings yesterday because Kimmel crushed it. And we were like, what are the most watched shows on cable? And it's like football, football, football. But then all the other spots are taken up by the 5 on Fox News. So like the 5, Gutfeld, and football account for 100% of the top 10 most watched cable programs every week. There's Fox News and there's everybody else.
Years. The 5-year statute runs this month.
So what exactly is he accused of lying about, Ken?
The size of his penis.
Well, there was
That's the whole clip. Yeah, if they can find that you lied to Congress, it doesn't have to be that's the thing. It doesn't have to be anything material to the case you were talking about. You know, like it's not like, oh, he lied to Congress and they were interviewing him about the 2020 election. So Comey lied about the 2020 election. That's not it. If they catch you in any lie while you're talking to Congress, material or immaterial to what they were discussing with you, you can be charged. It's, in a way, it's kind of a way they can get you without having to get you, really. Thank you very much to Mr. Beat for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. Over on Rumble, which is working now. I appreciate that. $2 from Redbird says, only you could fuck up something as simple as going live. Hey, I didn't do it. It was Rumble's fault legit this time. $1 from 3 Min Ted Hart Doc. Hey, Aaron, longtime fan, but keep quiet mostly. Oh, no, it's fine, buddy. Don't worry about that. Veltrain with $1 says, Chrissy has yet to convince any college students to leave the left unless they bet on her in the Kentucky Derby. Other than that, she is safe. I thought I got to be honest with you. I thought we were being nice today. I thought we were being nice. And you know what? Apparently, I was wrong. I was wrong. We are not, in fact, being nice today. I did catch up with all the YouTube chat. Thank you guys very much. It's kind of, like I said, it's a weird day because the Rumble stream wasn't working at first, and now the Rumble stream is working, so that's all good. And we dumped and restarted the stream a couple of times, so it's kind of having a weird day today on the toe. But I appreciate those of you who have hung in there. That's very nice of you. Very, very weird day getting our bearings. But got about 500 of you still checking out the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And let's have some fun today. Only 190 away from today's goal. I mean, really, what we're looking at is hitting 100 by 9:30. So 2.5 hours to get down to a hundo. Thanks, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Joey Caravello says Anthony Cumia is the raped. I don't think he's ever been. That's something you'd have to take up with him, Joey, but I don't think he has been, as the kids on YouTube say, R-worded. I don't think he's been R-worded. SH says, was her dad the woman who grabbed Ben Shapiro and threatened to send him home in an ambulance on some TV show? Yes! Yes, that is the one. Zoe Tur. That is Katie Tur's dad, mom? Was it a mom, dad? It was a dad, but now it's a mom. And yeah, she threatened to just about fucking kill Ben Shapiro, which, like, it's kind of aging into me being on Zoe Tur's side. Let me see if I can find that for you real quick. Zoe Tur, Ben Shapiro. My favorite part of that clip, they were on some CNN show talking about, I think, Caitlyn Jenner. And Ben Shapiro is one of those guys who's like, I still say he, and I still say Bruce, and I will not call them by the... Wow, you're dangerous. So Zoe Tur, who's like 6'2", 240 pounds, built like a linebacker, was sitting right next to Ben, and I don't think that was an accident on CNN's part. And she reached over and put her hand on Ben and said, lay off me, I'm starving. And Ben did not. Ben had like kind of a classic dork reaction to the whole thing. Here we go. Caitlyn Jenner. Oh, this is when Caitlyn Jenner won the Courage Award, and they were asking if Caitlyn Jenner deserves it. And there's Zoe Tur. There's Ben Shapiro. And then little Benny was like, you're like a high school kid in this clip. And his Jewish benefactors got him on a show with Dr. Drew talking about Caitlyn Jenner.
Genetics? Would you like to discuss the genetics or
well,
no?
no,
What
no.
are your genetics, sir?
So I'd stay away from the genetics and back to the brain scans.
You cut that out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
So Ben Shapiro went, what are your genetics, sir? Like, he kept calling Zoe Tur sir, which a lot of people at the time were like, oh, fucking based. He's still, but it's like, I don't think it's based. I think it's just being passive aggressive and shitty to call a trans person sir, because I know that genetically they're still male, but you know that bothers them. You know they're trying to transition into something else. And more importantly, you know calling them sir is going to piss them off wildly. But yet you still do it. You still call them sir, knowing that it's going to make them emotionally react. And then you go, it's that passive aggressive bitch behavior of like, what did I do? I just said something that I knew was going to make you fly off the handle. I don't understand. Fucking Ben.
Yeah, that seems mildly inappropriate for a political discussion.
That's what I mean. It's like, what a little bitch. Like, don't you just want to beat the fucking shit out of him? Am I alone? Am I the only one who grew up playing football in the backyard? And sometimes you get in fights with your own friends just because bullshit, you didn't get both feet down in the end zone. I mean, sometimes a motherfucker just needs to be smacked upside the head for fun. And I know some of you are like, what? Ben just said it was a dude and it's a dude. And it's like, nah, Ben said it's a dude, knowing that he was going to piss that thing off, and it was going to, he was hoping that that Zoe Tur would lash out at him. I mean, I don't know if he wanted to get grabbed by the back of the neck, but you saw Ben did not seem threatened in any way. My favorite part about what old Square Jaw did here, though, was that they said, you keep that up, you'll go home in an ambulance. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's a terrible physical threat. You don't go home in an ambulance. If you're in an ambulance, you go to the hospital. You keep that up, I'll send you to the hospital in an ambulance. Now that's a threat. Why the fuck you getting, what, the ambulance driver? Was he moonlight as an Uber driver? There's no reason to go home. It would be really irresponsible if EMTs took you home in an ambulance.
No, I know. Well, but wait. To be fair, you're actually being kind of rude. And that's not fair.
I'm sorry, it's not rude to say that someone who's biologically a male is a male.
Dude, you're being super autistic right now. This is what I hate. This is such, well, Papa Shop, you want to fill in the blank on what kind of behavior this is? Or Sam Show, you guys could help me out here. But it's like, it's that purposeful, passive-aggressive, you know you're doing something shitty, but you're doing this shitty thing anyway. And then when people go, hey, stop doing that shitty thing, you go, shitty thing? What did I ever do to anybody?
Just someone who's biologically male is a male.
But Mr. Shapiro, you knew very well that saying that to Zoe would be egregiously insulting.
Right. You knew that they were going to get pissed at you, and you kind of wanted them to react so you could have your little passive-aggressive, oy vey, what did I ever do to you? Why don't you come over to my house for some gefilte fish? You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing. Papa Shop says very Jew. Everybody in the chat going, oh, it was very Jewish. We'll see. I didn't need Papa Shop for that one. On a wall with $1 says if they want to be delusional, that's on them. I don't have to play along. Yeah, but don't act surprised when you do it right to their face and they grab you by the back of the neck and go, I will fuck you up. Although I will say this, how funny would it be to watch Zoe Tur fuck up Ben Shapiro? I would pay to see that. Bob Veldrain says should have snatched off the yarmulke and threw it like a frisbee. A little bit. Baba Shab says that's what he is at the end of the day. Take away the mob influence and his newfound balls, and he's just a little pixie. He really is. Ben Shapiro is just a passive-aggressive little bitch. Phantom X says, Aaron, it's the principle of the situation. I have no problem calling deceptions by what they think they are, but if they tell me I have to, no. She wasn't saying you have to. She gave him a clear choice. The clear choice was either call me a lady, I'm a ma'am, or go home in an ambulance, which, again, would be a terrible ambulance company. Terrible ambulance company. The big dude is out of his weight class, says Redmond. A little bit. Conserve McGroin says they are doing the same thing. They do stupid shit to get the reaction and be the victim. Right. No. I want to be very clear. Everyone's Jewish in this situation. But we all call out Zoe Tur and the trans community for being what Ben is being. But nobody on the right ever calls out Ben Shapiro for being what he's being, which is he's being a trans guy. Either they're both being a trans guy or they're both being a Jewish guy. One of the two. Whichever one you want to say does it more. On a wall with $1 says, so words are violence now? Oh, hey, wait, you're trying to catch me you're trying to get my foot in a little bear trap. You son of a bitch. I got too much starch in my pockets to fall for that one, my man. How dare you? Wally World gifting 5 memberships over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Give that man an Alex Jones.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Easy Money's wife gifting a membership. Thank you very much. And Balls Deep gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much, YouTube, for being awesome. TK 800 Kilowatt says, no, Aaron, they're doing something shitty, making society bend to their bullshit. Remember COVID? Trust the science. I mean, kind of, but I mean, isn't that again kind of what Ben Shapiro's doing? I feel like it's kind of the same thing. Oh, wow. Balls Deep gifting another 5. Jesus Christ, I can't keep up. Oh, my God. Look at all these gifted memberships over on YouTube today. Thank you very much. Holy Jesus. Benjamin Netanyahu over on YouTube. I'm missing a lot of funny people. They're right. I do need to go back over to the YouTube chat every once in a while. Benjamin Netanyahu says, keep up the anti-Semitism and you won't hit the goal, goy. Guys, I just crossed the boss. I don't know what to do. I think the rest of our goal is going to have to come from Rumble because Benjamin Netanyahu is keeping a pretty close eye on us this morning. And, I'm intimidated. You know what? It works. You know, everyone talks about like, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu told him to stop and he stopped. And you're like, oh, what a pussy. What a bitch. I got to say, I'm nervous. Netanyahu, he knows it works. He's like a dad. You know, he can give you that eye. And you're like, I'm fucking out of here. Hulkamasha Baby becoming a member for 40 months over on YouTube. Says Aaron's bear trap involves a small gay man looking for a hairy partner. This is my destiny. I can't believe I haven't been going into the YouTube chat more. By the way, King Kong Dong has been looking for a membership on YouTube and people have been gifting a shitload of them and the poor guy still can't get one. Oh my God. 155 away from today. Thank you so much. See, I don't get as many stories done though. When I run both chats, I mean, I feel the full weight of a, 500, 600, 700 person audience, and it's a lot of feedback. Veldrain with $1 says, for some reason, when I see Zoe Tur, I picture Jesse Ventura singing a No Doubt song. I'm just a girl. You'll go home in an ambulance. I wasn't a big No Doubt guy. Papa Stab says he openly brags about owning our president. Yeah, no shit. Gray Duckling gifting 5 memberships over on YouTube. What the hell is going on with the morning show audience today? Thank you guys so much. We're 140 away from today's goal. I mean, guys, don't miss the party. Keep it going. I'm loving this. God damn it, King Kong Dong still didn't get one of those memberships. Poor Dong just wants a membership, and the poor fucker can't get it. God damn it. We've had like 20 or 30, probably about 30 memberships gifted today. And the poor guy can't get one. By the way, where does that put Wally World? He's given about 30. He's at 75. I think we got to put Wally World. Yep, he's in the cuck chair. Lab Glass is falling out of the old cuck chair. Wally World at $75 for this week. Mersh is at 114. Oh, wait, Gray Duckling has thrown, I believe, $20 in today. So Gray Duckling is now in first. Hold on. I got to change the standings here. Gray Duckling is at 120. Mersh is in second at 114. Sanford's Son is in third at 100. Stephanie is in fourth at 100. And Wally World is in the cuck chair. Okay. See, here's the other problem about using the YouTube chat is that it crashes every once in a while. That's what it is. It's we get a little crash on all of this stuff. Wait a minute, is this Wally World one new too? Wally World gifting 5 more memberships. Oh my goodness gracious God almighty. I think we're getting close to our 400 memberships on YouTube, and we're only 60 memberships away from 600 on Rumble. We're getting close to 1,000 members, boys and girls. Balls Deep gifting another membership, and guess who didn't get it? King Kong Dong did not get the membership. Oh, my God. Okay. King Kong Dong, can you do the world a favor? Because everyone's trying to gift you a membership on YouTube right now, and it's just not happening. Can you go ahead and check in your chat that you have, I think it's in the bottom right or bottom left. Can you check to show that you are able to receive memberships? Because all of these people might be throwing money at this, and you might just be fucking them over. 125 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Returns Trip says you can just put a membership counter on the screen so you don't have to mention it 500 times a stream. That's actually a good point. The man makes a good point. McBuster gifting a membership over on Rumble. You Need Me More gifting a membership over on Rumble. 59 away from 600 and 115 away from today's goal. You guys understand, I fucked up the tech today. I cost us hundreds of viewers. I screwed up everything technically. I restarted the show 3 times, and you guys are just throwing money at me. This doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem right. I feel like I should give the money back. I'm just fucking with you. Wild Card gifting a membership. Tim Mack got it. God damn it. Jelly for DeSmelly, I love that name, over on YouTube, says, you'll get one, King Kong. I feel it in my loins. And he's got jelly in his smelly. I mean, that guy's sensitive. 209 says, so that's $4,000 a month in memberships, plus the daily goals. Not bad. Well, that's a bit of a misnomer, because when they gift the memberships, we take that off the goal right away. They would have to renew the membership for it to be a monthly rolling over thing, which, by the way, please do. And then the goal does go down every day. MSO says, nobody's saying you can't gift King Kong Dong a membership. We're just saying you can't gift King Kong Dong a membership on YouTube. That is kind of what we're saying, isn't it? All right, 115 away from today. You guys are going too fast for me. Again, I'm trying to do both chats, and I'm not doing any content. The fuck? Baba Shop says, you're exposing the goddamn business. Scooby Jooby Jew says, do it for the dong. Guys, over on YouTube today, do it for the dong. I I will say I am having way more fun doing the show this way. So you guys were right. Hang in there with us. Oh, speaking of fun, we have Mad Dog Russo going on a rant. Now, you know me. I love Chris Mad Dog Russo. I think he's the best sports guy out there. I think he's amazing. I think he's incredibly talented. Love me some Mad Dog. But Mad Dog is certifiably insane and should probably not be allowed on television. And that's exactly the reason why I love him. He goes off on the dumbest shit. Like shit that doesn't matter. It's not important. Nobody should care about it. I think they've got somebody in Mad Dog's ear going, all right, listen, Chris, we got about 6 minutes until a commercial. Just be autistic for a while, all right? Like borderline nonverbal. And he'll be like, and you know, I was watching the game the other day. They threw a pink dildo on there. Yeah, I see the pink dildo flies on the thing, and I think, why isn't that up my asshole? And he'll just yell about why there's no pink dildos in his asshole for a good 6 minutes, and then they can get to a drug commercial. We got a clip of Mad Dog here in just a second, but first, Miss Tay gifting a membership. Nigsaw got it. Gray Duckling gifting a membership. Ozone got it. Wally World gifting a membership. Who fucking got it? 11D7 got it. God damn it. Shuli Madoff with $2 says, so you were wrong about Cash. What a little bitch. Fill me in, please. Is there some breaking news on Cash Patel? Balls Deep gifting 5 memberships. All right, did King Kong Dong get the fucking thing? We're on Dong Watch today. Oh. God damn, how do I do that to myself every fucking time?
Okay, faggot, what's next?
I'm very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
You can act like a man! What's the matter with you?
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot!
Do you personally dislike homosexuals?
Of course, they're disgusting.
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
That's right. Here on Steel Toe today, we're on Dong Watch. We're trying to get King Kong Dong a membership on YouTube, and it's so not fucking working. I don't think King Kong Dong has his memberships turned on. Balls Deep gifting 5 of them. Rebecca gifting 1. We're $95 away from the goal. Grandma Caprio, Piss Whistle's a fantastic name. Shuli Madoff, Scary Perry's Energy Drink, Shy Cooper, Art the Clown, all of them loving Steel Toe, all of them watching Steel Toe all the time. You get this based on how much you watch. And King Kong Dong can't fucking get one. You know what that means? King Kong Dong's just not loyal. That's what it means. All right, so we're still on Dong Watch. Dong Watch has not ended for the Toe. Mike Go with $1 says, good morning, Toe, or should I say in your native tongue, moo. I'd rather be called a cow than have you guys remind me about Dong Watch. $95 away from today's goal. You guys are crushing it. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Wally World says, Toe is dong blocking dong. Anybody who knows me knows that I would never block the dong. That, you know what I mean. By the way, King Kong Dong, have you checked your account? You need to fill us in here. Have you checked your account to see if you're accepting memberships? This is a big part of this. Guys, we're about kissing 600. I want to get up to 600 people today on a day where I restarted the stream 3 times. I think that would be unbelievable for this show. So go ahead, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, but also share the show. Benjamin gifting a membership. And it went to Kyle. Gray Duckling with $2 says, great, now Autism Center fraud in Minnesota. Guess who? Oh, we're getting to that today. In It Greasy says Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones are back on YouTube. Gavin got his ex back. The culture is healing. Shame it took Kirk's killing to do it. Yeah, I agree with you, buddy. I agree with you. It is too bad that happened, but King Kong Dong says, yes, my settings have it. Allow as gift. All right, so King Kong Dong is available to be. We can gift the dong, but poor Dong can't get it. So we are still on Dong Watch today. $90 away from today's goal. Chevy fan says, you don't block Dong because that way you'd miss the cum. Oh, God. Oh, shit. All right, let's continue on with today's show. You guys are doing great. Oh, my God. I thought this was going to be a disaster today, and it has been fucking hilarious. Whoever told me that I need to pay more attention to the YouTube chat, they were not wrong. They were not wrong. Oh, I missed Jolly Stick with $15. Oh, that's because he just gave it to us. $15 from Jolly Stick. Thank you very much, buddy, over there on the PayPal end of things. So that puts us at 75. That puts us at 70 because we got more gifted memberships coming in over on YouTube. See, if I wouldn't have done the YouTube chat today, I wouldn't have had Dong Watch. Wally World gifting one, Balls Deep gifting one, and Miss Tay gifting one. J.R. Carr getting a membership, Bill Cooper getting a membership, and Stuck in the Middle getting a fucking membership. This is insane. 5 gifted memberships from Gray Duckling. As the Dong Watch continues, and I have completely lost my ability to keep track of Wally World and Gray Duckling. Gray Duckling, I'm going to say he did $30 more in contributions, and Wally World with another 15. So Gray Duckling is at 50 or 150, and Wally World is at 90. Miss Tay is up there too. Miss Tay is now at 65 for the week. But holy shit. So Wally World, Balls Deep, Miss Tay, Gray Duckling with another 5 gifted memberships. Let's see. Let's go to Dong Watch and see if he got it. We got Jolly Stick becoming a baby boot. Thank you, buddy. I don't know why this made me laugh. Dante writes in the chat, Aaron likes his eggs extra runny. Brian M. gifting 5 memberships. Oh, my God. 45 away from today's goal. All right, let's see if he got it. Auto Glass Guy, Tyrone Johnson, Johnny Boy, Unpleasant Alex, Cupcakes Corner with American Cupcake, Vamped, Bo Beardington, Lone Rex, Greg Said Words, JD Straight Shot, and still no dong. The poor fucking dong cannot catch a break. 5 more gifted memberships from Jolly Stick. I'm No One, 7Dub7, Doofus Diff, Nick in Fort Wayne, Dan Rather, all getting gifted memberships. No, the dong cannot get anything here on the toe. Ryan the Garbage Man, oh, thank you, buddy. He says, technically, you've had a vasectomy, so you wouldn't be a bull. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. All right. I mean, King Kong Dong just sent me proof he has gifted memberships turned on. The poor guy just can't catch a break. Okay, $30 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. I'm sorry, 25 away from today. What a fun fucking day we're having. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 25 away from calling it a win for the toe. We got Joey Caravello with $5, says new scheme done by Somalians. We do have that one for today. We will get to it, but we are having too much fun on Dong Watch.
And a wild story on...
oh, wait. No, the crypto robbery thing. We have oh, God, we got 2 Somali stories today. Jesus, titty fucking Christ. Okay. Miss Tay with 5 gifted memberships. JK, Chris, Seize the Day, Roy Oman. Oman the way the time code, I want to be keeping you warm. I got the... Sorry. Stephen McGill, that is the great name. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Bruce McGill. Balls Deep gifting 5 memberships. All right, did the dong get one? Roots Calhoun, Fried Fish, S. Anderson, Riding Dirty Llama, and Weapons for Good. No dong with the membership. Well, it does mean one thing, guys. The goal has been knocked out at 7:30.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And it's another win for the toe. So we've knocked out every goal for the morning show. We appreciate that. Well, I mean, technically it was 15 short yesterday. Not the biggest deal. I think by the end of Dong Watch, we'll be okay. But it looks like, and I got people in the Rumble chat going, why aren't you over here? I'm trying to balance both chats at once. But King Kong Dong, we're trying to get the guy a membership. We're on Dong Watch, and it's not working out. The Dong Watch is failing. Wally World says, fuck the goal. We are on Dong Watch. Yeah, I mean, keep going. I mean, we got to do this. We got to see Dong Watch all the way through. I don't watch Dong half-ass. If I'm Dong watching, that's all I'm doing. So, poor Dong. Let's hook him up. Miss Tay says, okay, one more Dong. One is one too many. One more is never enough, is what they say. All right, let's continue on. Mad Dog Russo, let's do some content, for God's sake. I feel like I'm cheating. 5 gifted memberships from Miss Tay. Okay, now you guys have knocked out yesterday as well. Thank you. All right, here we go. 209 says, have a donation battle between YouTube and Rumble, and that's the chat you go to most. I can't. I mean, I could, but YouTube is fucking killing Rumble today. All right, Miss Tay gifting 5 memberships. We got Bon Levy, Hobby Addict, Jason Hughes, the Monk Fruit Chef. There's one more membership that needs to be gifted out of those 5. Hey, guys, leave Dave 25 alone. Don't hide Dave 25. I want Dave 25 here. So the Dong Watch continues as the Dong did not get one of those memberships. Wally World gifting a membership. FTW Nil got the fucking thing. Poor Dong. The fucking Dong cannot get a membership. I should change the title of today's show to Dong Watch. Because it is a Dong Watch. Oh, by the way, you guys are closing in on 600 today, and we killed the stream twice. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting share. Roots Calhoun says, I legit can't remember the last time I watched on YouTube. How the hell did I get one? I have no idea. The poor Dong can't get a fucking membership, and yet Roots got one. Something's wrong. Something ain't right. All right, let's do this Mad Dog Russo thing. I am just glued to the screen with the Dong Watch. I hope you guys are too. Mad Dog Russo absolutely loses it over college football scheduling woes. So again, I said that Mad Dog Russo loses his fucking mind all the time. He loses his shit on a constant basis, and it's always over nothing. It's never like the big sports discussions, who's going to be in the Super Bowl, should the tush push be banned. Nothing like that. Mad Dog Russo blows a gasket over the way they schedule college football games. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever want to wonder how the young people of America got so much autism, they got it from watching their dad, Mad Dog Russo, scream and yell about college football scheduling. Let's listen to my best friend, Mad Dog.
I was all excited here. This is a great weekend of sports. The September 29th, you got Ravens, Chiefs, we've talked about. Green Bay, Dallas, we've talked about. You got 2 games on Monday night. You got the Ryder Cup golf, which would be tremendous.
They even film him from an angle that makes it look like you're a hostage tied to a wooden chair. and he's looking down at you, screaming threats into your face. So they know what they're doing.
The last day of the baseball regular season, and you have a great Saturday of college football. So I said to myself, you know what? I'll watch a little golf in the morning. Maybe I'll play a little golf. I'll sit down, get my little cookies, a little glass of milk at 3:30 in the afternoon. And yes, I'll take a gummy. And I got all these games. I got Georgia.
Could you imagine? Mad Dog Russo's like, I'll sit down, I'll play some golf, and then I'll have a gummy. So wait a minute. This guy's taking edibles, and he's still this fucking wound up?
Alabama, and then I got Penn State and Oregon. And then I go look at the TV slate. Why does college football still do this? They cannibalize each other. Oregon and Penn State. The biggest game in the Big Ten this year is on NBC.
Sir, I swear to God, if you let me go, I won't tell a soul what I've seen here today. Why won't Penn State be on ESPN when Alabama is over on ABC and I want to watch both games, but I can't watch them both at the same time because my autism will cause me to crash a plane into a fucking skyscraper? Sir, all I asked was, could I have a cup of sugar? I'm really sorry. I won't bother you ever again. He's the Mr. Plinkett of sports.
And we at ABC put Alabama, Georgia on at the same time at 7:30. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's the SEC, Big Ten, the best conferences. It's the two best games. Here it is, college football. Some weeks they give you absolutely nothing. You have no games to watch. FIU and Villanova and Penn State. You got nothing.
Really, they're watching their drunk, retarded friend go dancing at the bar. That's what they're doing. They're just watching him do the Macarena with Down syndrome in front of a mechanical bull. And they're just like, this is what we do for a living.
Last week they gave it Michigan, Nebraska. Nobody cares. Miami, Florida. Nobody cares. They got two great games.
Dude, the Miami Hurricanes versus the Florida Gators is a massive rivalry game, in fairness, Mad Dog. I said shut the fuck up. I'm talking about Alabama and Georgia, and you want to talk to me about Miami and Florida. You ought to get the hell out of here. I'm sorry. I angered the Jew God.
And they put them on at the same time. Oh, my, what am I supposed to do? I don't want to be fooling on that. I'm going to be high anyway, and I don't want to be fooling on that. Don't be that at 7:30. Can't you let me just put the game on, put my little blanket on, and watch the football and bet like crazy? And now I got to worry about when the commercial.
I'm so excited to watch him die of a massive coronary on the air. He's the man. And I say that with sadness. I love Mad Dog Russo. I'm a huge fan. But watching his fucking ventricles explode while he's doing a live broadcast is going to be a cultural event.
Fellas over here, Noah Eagles over there. It drives you crazy. Put the games on separately when you got two big games. Number one. You know I'm right. Don't laugh at me.
You are right. You are right.
Janet, the financial controller.
Shut up.
Resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
I've hit a sound wall. I apologize. So Mad Dog Russo, the thing is, I know he's a lunatic. I know he's out of his fucking mind, but he's not wrong. If you have two massive football games on at once, you should schedule one at 11 a.m., one at 4 o'clock, and a West Coast game at 9. It's that easy. You shouldn't have them on at the same time. However, now I want them to put them on at the same time, so there's a chance that Mad Dog Russo, as Zoe Tur would say, goes home in an ambulance from a massive heart attack. Roots Calhoun says, I didn't hear a word he said. And I think that's kind of the point, is that you're not supposed to understand a fucking word that Mad Dog Russo just laid down. I'm telling you right now, we've got, by the way, Bappa Shab writes about Russo, still not white. Ivana Tinkle says, imagine him scream. Oh my God, that would be terrible. You call this place a concentration camp. I can't concentrate because you've got guards over there. You've got guards in the tower. You're putting delicing medication all over us. You're barely feeding us. We're taking ditches all day. And then you want to make me take a shower. I can't handle this anymore. He would have survived because they would have let him go. They would have just said, Jesus Christ, the fucking guy will not stop bitching. Roots Calhoun says, sounded like Joe Pesci in Home Alone. It really did kind of sound like the frickin' Grand Poobah with a gifted... Oh, are we still on Dong? How's Dong Watch doing? Since I've been gone. Do we have the... Why are you guys deleting people's comments when they're just saying things like epic, legendary, I need one, thank you, brother? I know that they're posting like 4 messages in a row, but I think they're just harmlessly autistic. I would let that guy go. Maybe I needed to come back to the YouTube chat. Grand Poobah gifting a membership. Mr. Z got it. God damn it. King Kong Dong still doesn't have a membership. The Gun Show says it's got to be a settings thing. I've never gotten one on any channel either. It's got to be the settings. He sent me a clip. Or he sent me a photo. He's primed to receive memberships. Jelly for the Smelly, my new favorite name of any Steel Toe chat, says, I still remember once Mad Dog was doing a Toyota ad and he kept pronouncing it Toyota. I was driving in a Toyota the other day and it was the most comfortable ride of all time. Oh, could you imagine? I bet she's like that even when he's happy. I was having sex with my wife the other day, and I was about to come, and I told her, you better put your hair back, because this is going to be a big fucking load. What does this have to do with Florida State? It doesn't matter. I make $7 million a year. There's no reason for me to be here anymore, other than I love feeling my heart beat in my throat. Wally World says, Mad Dog has been around forever. And he's a national treasure. I don't think he gets enough respect. I don't. King Kong Dong says he does what he's mad about segments every Wednesday on First Take. Well, see, that's the thing. They can only do that segment once a week because he goes to his cardiologist every Thursday and he goes, you got to fucking stop it. Your heart's going to fucking explode. I can't watch you die. I can't watch you die. Momo says, why do I have to go to 6 different apps to watch my damn Cowboys? I agree with this spaz. You don't. To watch the Cowboys? God, that's the one team they'll put on any fucking channel there is. By the way, people are saying R.I.P. Dong. They say it's done. They said, we've had a perfect week this week. The goal's been knocked out. King Kong Dong hasn't gotten a membership. That we should end Dong Watch. That we should end Dong Watch and say that it's over. James J. Weed says, I too cannot catch a gift sub either. Yeah, but Weed Watch isn't as fun as Dong Watch. So Dong Watch still continues, but King Kong Dong still doesn't have himself a membership, unfortunately. But he does have the gifted memberships turned on. It's really too bad. We have they're calling this, I saw this on a couple different websites. They're calling this the liberal meltdown of the week. Now, look, as we saw from the last segment, I love a good meltdown. I love watching somebody lose their goddamn mind. It's fun. However, when it's political like this and they've got the eyes that you can tell need to be medicated and you can just kind of see that these people are not all right, it does make it a little, what's the word? Fucking awesome. When they are complete mental patients and they don't know that they're mental patients and they think they're like Tucker Carlson or Rachel Maddow or like a legit respected like news commentator. Oh, they're the absolute best. It's why I always say that steel toe haters are the punchline of our joke, because these are complete fucking mental patients who have no idea that they're crazy. Like, you wake up in the morning and you check everything steel toe related, you're insane. And we get to laugh at you, and you don't know you're insane, so you keep doing the things that allow us to laugh at you, and then you don't understand how you're the butt of the joke. Same thing with these wild-eyed, crazy liberal chicks on TikTok. They think they've got the world figured out, and we're the nut jobs. Now, in my case, I'm sitting here screaming dong watch and doing an insane Chris Russo impression while my dog is upstairs pissing his pants probably. So I can see where maybe she'd have a point there. But for these people to not know that they're the crazy ones, it's a gift from Jesus Christ saying, I love you. You guys are on the right track. Here's a wild one. Let's take a look. This is your next girlfriend, by the way. She's interested. She swiped right on you. She said, I want to go out, take me somewhere nice, make sure there's costumes and blood. And you guys, a love connection might brew. So I want you to look at this woman right in her eyes. I want you to look right in those eyes. And before you turn to stone, because you can feel your feet getting a little granity, I understand. Tell me you would say no to her. Go ahead. Tell me you would say no. Number one, you're entranced by the eyes. Number two, the eyes are telling you if you say no, you'll lose at least one finger. That's your future right there. I also want you to look in her eyes and tell me, who did she vote for?
Just register Republican. Just register Republican. You're a blue dot in a red area. Just register Republican. Then you get a say in who gets to be their primary candidate. Register Republican. Just register Republican. It doesn't matter. You can go online. That little card doesn't make a difference. It doesn't actually mean anything.
And then when she snaps and shoots somebody, it'll be a Republican who did it. I thought she was actually going to go there at first. I thought that's what she was saying. Like, anytime they shoot a conservative or they shoot an ICE person or they do anything like that, they check their voter registration card. So just register Republican and they'll say a Republican did it. By the way, she does a great Carl Hamburger impression. If she could get a club foot and an elderly spouse, I mean, she would be right there. You know what? Her confidence is more genuine than Carl's. Carl's is insecurity giggling personified. This woman is a little more confident in herself. Probably because she's got 2 working feet and isn't a gimp. But this woman, she is like me when the Vikings are struggling and it's a no-win situation. Like when I'm watching the game and something bad happens to the Vikings and I just go, of course, why wouldn't that happen to us? I mean, we're fucked anyway. We're going to lose. Who gives a shit? This is me watching the Vikings-Falcons game. Except for her, it's like the entire country.
You can just register Republican. Let's all just register Republican. We can all register Republican. What will happen if the Republican Party and the MAGA Party all starts getting crazy leftist LGBTQ folk and just...
You know what? I got to say, I apologize to her for comparing her to Carl. She's way more self-aware because she at least came to that logical conclusion. Stark weather, homicide, children of thalidomide, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So would you say this is end-stage Trump derangement syndrome? Because I think this is probably about the end of it.
We can all just register Republican. There's nothing stopping them. If they're gonna,
I mean, it would work because, I mean, none of those like gun-toting, hillbilly, white, older Republicans would see her coming from a mile away. By the way, we would have, George Washington would have launched a cruise missile at her from 3 miles away because he would say, don't fire until you see the whites of her eyes. Well, their muskets didn't reach that far.
Round up all the leftists and the Democrats. We can all just register Republican. It's all fake anyway. It's all made up. Register Republican. You can vote for whoever you want.
By the way, this is what I see when I see a libertarian ranting about fiat currency. I just, libertarians are like, yeah, they see me as Milton Friedman or Thomas Jefferson when I talk about our fiat currency. What the rest of us see is just some guy going, and it's not even really backed by anything. It's really backed by debt. So if somebody owes us $1 billion and we're worth $1 billion, what we really ought to do is tie it back to gold or maybe to silver. But they killed Kennedy for trying to back it by silver. It was Executive Order E1101. And then I think what's going to happen after that is oh my God, they really do sound like Carl. Like when he's in a feud with someone and he's remarkably insecure because they've kind of picked at him right. And he does that nervous laughter, and his producers just kind of stare uncomfortably. Because Carl's not trying to convince you, he's Carl's Carl's Clubfoot with $2.
I've sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Carl's Clubfoot with $2 says, did someone say Clubfoot? No, we were just making fun of you. Don't be insecure and show up. It's just let people make fun of you. You don't have to answer every one of them. You can be like the toe and just laugh it off. I'll teach you, sweetie. I'll teach you. Or just sit on your grandma wife's lap and she'll, spin you a yarn about the pioneer days. All right, back to Carl's sister.
In the general elections, but in the primaries, you would have a voice in a less crazy candidate. Maybe making it to the last stage of the game here. Just register Republican. Just do it. Just register Republican. Nobody's going to stop you. You can do anything you want. Just register Republican.
I think I want like the last 6 of that to be like our new $10 drop.
Stage of the game here. Just register Republican. Just do it. Just register Republican. Nobody's going to stop you. You can do anything you want. Just register Republican.
By the way, she is officially thrown her hat in the ring for the Minnesota gubernatorial primary. I'm not saying she's my favorite. I'm just saying she's lovely. All right, guys, we are on Dong Watch. Balls Deep gifting a membership, and it went to Arena. Sorry, Dong. I'm sorry, Dong. Misa becoming a member for 13 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Jelly for the Smelly says that woman is very close to exposing her lizard form. That wasn't her lizard form? You're saying she gets more reptilian? David Icke is going to be so happy. Carlos Ramirez says, was that an Outbreak reference? E1101? Well, yeah. I'm a talented guy. I'm a gifted guy. I didn't want to brag, but it's a gift. Jelly for the Smelly says, good eye contact. That's always a plus. I mean, do you really want that looking up at you? Never leave me. Speaking of sucking cocks, we are on Dong Watch. Balls Deep gifting a sub or a membership. King Kong Dong did not get it. Misa gifting a membership. Haley Wolf got it. Dude, the Dong cannot catch a break. King Kong Dong says, we'll just try again next week. Did you hear that, guys? The Dong is out of hope. Dong says that he's given up. He's saying that it's all over. He's saying that he's given the old tappy, tap, tap, taparoo. He's saying that you don't have to try and give the Dong a membership. Well, you guys knocked out the goal. We're all good there. I guess it's up to you. Dong Watch isn't up to King Kong Dong. It's really up to the audience if they want to stop trying to gift King Kong Dong a membership. My Lost Interest says, only Aaron could make a Dong grift work this well. Look, we were all given different talents. And mine is Dong watching, apparently. 09 Canyon says, better looking up at you than looking down over you. That would be the last thing you ever saw. I bet your Roots would fuck that girl. Speaking of Roots, he writes, the Dong got the shaft. Kraken Slappin' says, poor Dong went limp. Sorry. Missed a beat. Dong ain't faithful to the toe. Simple as that. Nice podcast, Stupid, with $2 says, Karmic confirmed he's coming for your morning crown. He's got to get more than 80 people. We killed our stream 3 times today, and we got up to around 600 on a 3-time killed stream. I mean, dude. Do you know how offended I am that you talk? You know how bad Karmic is for my brand? That motherfucker talks about me and he can't crack 100. That makes me look like shit, like I can't draw anymore. So I'm going to have to say to Karmic, cease and desist, young man, until you can get over 200 people. I mean, shit, On a bad day, we're doing 550 at a time on a terrible day. On a good day, 750 at a time. So, Karmic, I got to say, I'm taking away your franchise rights to talk about the toe, because people who talk about the toe, I need them to do big numbers. That attracts people over to the toe. If I got nobody screaming crazy schizophrenic drunks crying about the tranny they're dating or whatever the fuck's going on, and they're going to sit there and yell and scream, and people are going to make fun of them and call him a stupid drunk and just get him to do stupid human tricks for 80 people at a time. Son, I cannot have that. It's deleterious to my brand. So cease and desist, boy. Thank you, Dan, for giving me a chance to do that. Dr. Silverwolf, get out of here, Karmic. We need to do Dong Watch. We got... Who's the last gifted member? Dr. Silverwolf with a gifted membership. Action Pact got it. We got a sad dong here, guys. Wally World gifting a membership. AA for Quitters got it. Dr. Silverwolf with a gifted membership. Hey, Mikey got it. Oh, no. Well, that's it. No dong. No dong, no dice. The dong is limp. No membership for the dong. Return trip. Says Karmic had his 5 minutes. He's done. Put him back on the shelf. Hey, don't delete Misa's message. She says this is BS. She's pissed about the Dong Watch. It's okay to be mad about the Dong Watch. You know, they're right. Now that I went back to the YouTube chat, you guys are too quick on the trigger with these YouTube people. A lot of them are just having some fun. That's all. Miss Tay with $2 on Rumble says, I'm all out of dong. I'm sorry. I'm all out of dong. I'm so lost without you. There you go. See? I'm talented. I think here's what Karmic should do. If he really wanted to build himself an audience, because dude, if you can't get an audience talking about me, what the fuck? It's really frustrating. I'm not letting him use the McDonald's of podcasting name anymore. If Karmic really wanted to build an audience, he would accept my offer. He would be my co-host every Wednesday, and we do the Aaron and Karmic show. We just do Steel Toe, and he would learn how to do a real show. He'd watch a master do it, because nobody he watches and nobody he's in the orbit of does a news-based comedy talk show. It's all watching Aaron, right? So learn how to do a real show. And you can have as much fun as we're having, and you don't have to be as angry as all these other podcasters are chasing after me. Karmic, better to be at the right hand of the devil than in his path, buddy. And right now, you're not even in my path. An elephant doesn't worry about stepping on an ant. I mean, pal, you're gonna dig yourself an early grave with all this stress. Just join me, kid. I'll take you under my wing. It'll be fun. Rabbi Smoothie with $1 says, Karmic says, eat a dick and continue enjoying your dick eating experience. I can't understand how the kid can't get more than 1/4 of what we get. I don't understand how the kid can't do it. What the fuck are you guys doing deleting return trip? Return trip rules. Silverwolf, I'm going to take your mod away. Return trip is my guy. Look at this. Return trip, all he wrote was, these YouTube mods are out of pocket. We need a jailbreak too. I like return trip. Leave him alone. Return trip, right in the chat. Show me you're alive. Silverwolf, I'm not happy with that behavior. Leave the kid alone. Conditioner on my D says, you're not going to tell him that you asked him to join and he wouldn't. You're not going to tell them that you asked him to join anyway. No, I'm still asking him. I'm not asking him. I'm telling him, boy, if you want to draw an audience, you got to go through me. Them's the rules. I'm trying to save the kid's life, Conditioner. I'm trying to save the kid's fucking life. The kid's in trouble. His soul is at risk. And I'm trying to save him. I am his own personal Jesus Christ. And the kid doesn't know it. Oh, we got another pregnant liberal taking Tylenol. God damn it. I mean, this is remarkable. I mean, even Tylenol said years ago that you shouldn't take their products while you're pregnant, that it's not good for you. And Trump comes out and says Tylenol is not good. And all these women are like, Ariana lets me take Tylenol. Good. Hurt your fucking baby because you don't give a shit. These are the same kind of women who have trans kids because they don't give a shit about their kid. They just want more attention for themselves. They make the kid live vicariously through the mother. I mean, these are women who drive away men. Silverwolf with $2 says, timeouted, not banned. Go ahead. Don't time out him. He is fine. He's a good egg, that return trip. He's having fun with us. All right, let's go ahead and watch this lady. She's got Trump completely pegged.
So it's about, it's going to be 6 a.m. finally. And
That
for those of you who don't follow me on
lonely,
Twitter,
yeah.
I recommend that you do.
I don't.
I got a call, very frantic call at 4 o'clock in the morning from a husband whose wife is...
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize to Nicole Sorotic. She's the executive director of Frontline Nurses, and she's telling a story about the crazy liberal lady. Okay.
Is now dying of liver failure on a ventilator in an ICU because she was trying to prove that Tylenol doesn't cause autism because of what Trump said on the news. Mind you, that's a Harvard study. Now, whether or not you believe the Harvard study or not is not the issue here. The issue is that she's somewhere between 23 to 25 weeks and she overdosed on Tylenol.
That's fucking hard to do, by the way. You don't really hear about people overdosing on acetaminophen because you can just... I mean, even in Scrubs, Dr. Cox says at one point, like, he got paged by one of the interns about how much Tylenol to give an elderly patient. And Dr. Cox says, it's regular strength Tylenol. Open their mouth, take a handful, throw it at them, and whatever sticks, that's the correct dose. So you really got to be, again, end-stage Trump derangement syndrome to OD on fucking Tylenol, especially when you've got a life inside of you.
And she's going to die. She's not going to come off that ventilator.
This isn't real. This is fake. This is whoever Redbird, you sent this to me. This has got to be fake. This is a bit. Wall Street Apes, 1.1 million followers. Executive director, very frantic call at 4 a.m. Nicole, I gotta check out this Nicole Sorotic. I didn't prep this story myself. This was given to me by Redbird. I don't think this is. She's like a comedian. She's like a performer. Internet personality. Nicole Sorotic, executive director of Frontline Nurses. Latest false fact checks on Nicole Sorotic. Says remdesivir is responsible for killing patients hospitalized with COVID. False. So she's not a comedian. She's not like, this isn't like a bit. Wow, she really is. Advocate, activist, author, executive director of American Frontline Nurses, nonprofit organization dedicated to patient and nurse advocacy. So this is so some dipshit really did take so much Tylenol that they're going to die. Fucking hell.
And the guy got my phone number from somebody. Somebody gave it to him. I mean, guys, it's early in the morning. I'm still in Hello Kitty sweatpants.
I don't need to see that. You didn't need to prove it. I would have taken your word for it. Besides, we're on Dong Watch here.
In my gym, trying to work out. And
this is me trying to work out too. This is me yesterday. I'm staring at a yoga mat. My DDP yoga is ready to go. I could just do it. It's the easiest fucking thing to do. And I'm like, one more game of Royal Match, one more episode of Manifest. I'll be good.
And she's gonna die. It's gonna be. Let me tell you something about Tylenol overdosing and death.
Well, it fucks your liver to death, doesn't it?
Is that if you aren't administered the antidote, it is a very slow and painful death, okay? Because Tylenol, as well as Benadryl and aspirin, are the three most common OTCs that people will typically try to unalive themselves with.
What?
So don't get censored.
Is that real? I didn't know it was fucking possible. I thought it was people with like prescriptions and the slow your heart kind of meds, and they would just take a bunch of them and just...
But now people are just taking massive...
Oh, she says OTC, over the counters. I'm a fucking retard.
Amounts of Tylenol to prove Trump wrong. I mean, weren't these the same people who put Harvard and Fauci and the pillars of science on a pedestal?
Okay, but I'm actually going to defend them on this one. And what happened? Harvard and Fauci fucking lied to him and used him as guinea pigs. So I don't blame people for questioning the CDC, even if it's RFK Jr. I don't blame them for questioning him. But if you're questioning him because he's in a Republican administration and you're a Democrat, that's fucking stupid. If you don't trust him because your government lied to you for at least the last 5 years, I totally understand. But that doesn't mean you should just start popping handfuls of Tylenol when you shouldn't take any medication you don't need. You shouldn't be taking anything if you don't have the symptoms related to what it treats. For example, RFK, Dr. Oz, and Trump all said, do not take Tylenol when pregnant unless you have a really bad fever and you absolutely have to.
And now they refuse to believe it. Like, I don't believe it either. But I'm also not going to go overdose on Tylenol either.
What are you, some kind of a Nazi Republican?
And it's just so sad because he has to make the choice of them going and trying to emergency deliver this baby.
Do that one. The baby's not a dipshit who was given life by God and threw a bottle of Tylenol down its throat. Give the baby a chance.
And the baby may not survive.
And you get to find a new woman. I know it hurts now, but, take it from me. It's better this way.
Baby's going to spend a long time in the NICU. Hopefully the baby will survive. And remember, guys,
baby's going to get its wallet taken. Oh, NICU. Sorry, I apologize. I forget hospital terms sometimes.
Preemies have complications even if they do survive. I didn't ask him if he had more children. So, I mean, let's say this woman they have more children. They lost their mother. Baby's not going to grow up with the mom. He lost his whole life if this baby dies too. All because of TikTok challenges, guys. Everybody wants,
I don't know if you can blame TikTok for this. This is fucking straight up mental illness. And people getting involved in politics who shouldn't be involved in politics. These are people who emotionally cannot handle it, but they insist on doing it. They insist on, being a part of the system and taking part in it. But like any mild disagreement that they have with any issue, they fly off the handle. They go nuts. They got the big eyes. Just register Republican. Just go ahead and register Republican. It's fine. It's totally cool, you guys. I mean, there are people, this is why I've always said, I hate it when we do the get out the vote thing. I hate it when we do the, we need everybody to come out and vote. Dude, that's the last thing we need. Voting should be, I would love a test for voting. I think if you want to vote, I think there should be a federal ballot and a state ballot. There should be two different ballots. To get a federal ballot, you got to know who your two senators are and your congressperson is. And you got to be able to name 2 Supreme Court justices. And then I would be okay with you voting. If you're voting on your state ballot, you have to know who the governor is, who your senator is, and who your legislator is. And if you know those 3 things, you can get a state ballot. Outside of that, you can't vote because you don't know. If you don't know, I don't want you having an opinion. If you know and you happen to be liberal, okay, at least you're knowledgeable. You just want the thing run a different way. If you're conservative and okay, you get to vote whichever way you want to. But if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, your vote is not just a personal thing. It has impact on others across the board. And you get these people who because Trump said not to do something, I'm going to put myself in danger. I don't want you getting an opinion on how our country is run. Just sit in the back, we'll make you a Tylenol smoothie. You can shut the fuck up. We got $1 coming in from, oh my God, Main Vein with $1. Says, never have kids with liberal women. You are setting yourself up for a lifetime of battling with someone with no common sense about what's best for your kids. You want a good woman? Find one that's apolitical. Find one that doesn't give a shit about politics. Bappa Shab says, boy, she destroyed Trump. Absolutely blown the fuck out. I gotta say, this woman, she died. She was having a baby. She took too much Tylenol. She died. I told you it was bad for you. Rabbi Smoothie with $1 says, I can see these people want to defy Trump and try to make him look bad, but there are warnings on the label, knobheads. $2 more for the Mersh. Oh, Mersh gets more money. You know, Gray Duckling gave a bunch more memberships. I think he's at about 160. I have so lost count. Wally World is also at about 125. So I got Mersh at 116. He's in third now. I got Wally World at 115 because he was at 90, not 100. Mersh in third at 116. Sanford Son in fourth at 100. And I've got, where's my Miss Tay number here? 45, 70, 85, 90, 95. She's at 105. So I got Miss Tay in fourth at 105. And I got Sanford Son in the cuck chair with his big 100 drop from earlier. So we've got Stephanie dropping out of the top 5 completely. Thank you for that $100 drop yesterday, Stephanie. All right, we got so much going on in both the chats. Let's catch up after that last segment. Mad Max Mardigan says, I'll go a step further. If you've never served in any branch of service, I don't think you should ever get to vote. You know what? I was going to shit on that opinion, but I don't want it to be just because I'm too big of a pussy to have ever served in the military. So I don't know, because if you served for the military, all you've done is the government's bidding. I mean, do we really want government funded, government trained agents being the only ones who can vote? I don't know if they should get to vote. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think that should be the only. That's like saying only the CIA and only the FBI can vote. What kind of country would that be? No, if you guys like your commanding officer, you'd end up voting for him. And that guy's probably a sociopath. I don't think we need more, military industrial complex guys getting voted in. Although the military was the biggest donor, the biggest Ron Paul donors that there were. MSO says, in order to vote, you also have to be able to name 2 of Aaron's ex-wives. That might be the backbreaker for a lot of people. Rummage Sale says, never listen to Aaron about relationships or women. Come on, what have I ever done wrong? Miss Tay says 105 and no dong. Yeah, we were on Dong Watch today, and I got to say, I think the YouTube chat has given up on Dong Watch. Oh, Rabbi Smoothie says that, oh shit, Mersh is technically ahead of Wally World, 116, 115. I fucked that up. Wally World, gift a membership, and then that fixes everything. Captain Joe says, high-functioning sociopath, thank you. Oh, I apologize. My bad. Nader P, I'm not sure. L Omega Red Boy says, I think people who have experienced being homeless should be only allowed to vote. Oh, no. I want to see what that country ends up looking like. I actually am very, very curious. Balls Deep gifting a membership, and it went to Phil Skit Pony. Fuck. All right. Gray Duckling says, fuck it. He's gifting 10 memberships. He wants to see this Dong Watch come to an end. So Gray Duckling now at 205 for this week because he has fucking had it with the Dong Watch.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
All right, what did we get? We got... Joe Smash says, Aaron's great at getting into relationships. Just the getting out gets messy. My family, we were at the cabin this weekend, kind of shutting down the cabin, winterizing all the boats and everything. And we decided that Aaron just really likes honeymoons. You know, I just really like those honeymoon trips. And then after that, I just got to, make it Splitsville because I don't do the rest of it very well. Miriam Brar getting a gifted membership. All right, here we go. We got 10 of these to go. Dong Watch has officially restarted with 11 more memberships being gifted. Can King Kong Dong get a membership in the YouTube chat? Miriam Brar, Scott Christie Jones, Jay Smithy, LB20, We Totted, I like this name, Disgraced Morning DJ. Hey, wait a minute. Jeff Russell, Zero, and Ash Christine. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Dong Watch continues. Will the Dong ever get his membership? Gray Duckling has officially tapped out of the Dong Watch. He said that was his last 10. He's done. He did what he could. If anyone else on YouTube wants to pick up the baton for the Dong Watch and put the Dong Watch on their shoulders, the Dong Watch is still happening. Faith in the Dong Watch is starting to wane. Will King Kong Dong get a membership by the end of today's show? What's going on with the Dong Watch? Sorry, I fucked up my own TV. Pounding on the table. And you guys are way the fuck ahead. I'm going to have to go back in this stream and count up the money because you guys, we have a lot of, a big head start. Are you guys giving this to the evening show tonight since there's no more goals this week? Because you guys get a portion of Rumble Friday thrown towards you on Monday. So I don't know. I think those evening people should get a break. Graham Snerdley says, I think a lot of the folks the mods banned were just saying stuff Aaron would have laughed off. Leaving them here would have helped with engagement. You know, Graham Snerdley, now that I'm back in the YouTube chat, I don't think you're wrong. I think they definitely got overzealous because I'm seeing some of the things people are getting timed out for. And I'm like, that was funny. I liked that. That was a good time. I mean, over on Rumble, they're telling me I'm a cow who puts mashed potatoes in my pockets, and we're having a great time with it. And now we're on Dong Watch. Cash says, with that face, body, and hairline, the chance of you getting married again is slim, unlike you. You're telling me Karmic wouldn't have a fucking fantastic time over here? Jesus Christ, kid. You got to pull your fucking head out of your dumb northern Minnesota, Lake of the Woods, bog-trotting ass. You know what it is? Those northern Minnesotans are just fucking half retarded anyway. But I think you're right. I think I would have laughed most of that off, Graham Snerdley. I think we got to crack Graham here, and we got to get him a membership. Call it the Graham Cracker. Fuck. I'm sorry. All right, pick up the Dong Watch. Let's see what we can do. Aussie Mark says, get rid of the mods. Who knows, man? Who knows what we need to do? All right, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate it. Numbers are lower today, but I also ended the stream 3 different times, so I understand. We did peak out at 600 today, which is great. I appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. You guys ready for some big-time Somali fraud? Oh, boy, do we have Somali fraud for you today. You know, we had Benjamin Netanyahu bitching about Tucker Carlson. I ended that. I didn't do that one today. I got rid of it because, I don't know, today's show is just a different vibe. It's more fun. We're back in the YouTube chat. We knocked out the goal at 7:30. I don't know how mad I want to get today. Having too much fun to get mad. T. Duden says, in fairness, Aaron, everyone from Minnesota is retarded. MSO says, I think the Dong is gaslighting you and not accepting a membership. I mean, the Dong sent me a message. I always appreciate messages from the Dong, and he did send me one of a photo, and he's got, look, Steel Toe Show gift memberships. Allow gift memberships, and it's on. You could receive a 1-month membership to channels you interact with, including Steel Toe Morning Show. You can still receive gift memberships from channels you've allowed before. So the guy's trying. He's participating in the Dong Watch. Sharon says, no, Karmic doesn't want you feeding off him. Are you kidding me? Karmic and I aren't even close in audience. He does 80. I peek out in the 6s and 7s. I could save the man's soul, and he doesn't want to admit I'm his daddy. The kid's got too much ego. Rabbi Smoothie with $5 says justice for Dr. Silverwolf. Mersh bucks. Thank you very much. All right, let's move Mersh ahead of Wally World here since I fucked up the math. Mersh is now at 121, and Wally World is in third at 115. There we go. Stephanie gifting 10 memberships over on YouTube. Here we go, guys. This is going to do it. This is going to end the Dong Watch. 10 gifted memberships. First of all, throw her an AJ.
God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
All right, here we go. 10 gifted memberships from Stephanie. It is the Dong Watch. MN Vikings. Ace. Nice podcast, stupid. Couch for sale. Potentially criminal Sean. Mr. PayPalington. Mr. Boot. Patrick Michael. Joshua Kraft. And Jake Fire. No dong. The Dong Watch continues. Poor Dong cannot get a fucking membership. Thank you, Stephanie. We appreciate the 10 gifted memberships. Dong free, still the way to be. Silverwolf with $10 says, might have gone a bit extreme, but you seriously did not see a lot of the jackass, genuine, terrible comments I banned. Go ahead and remove me, but I have zero remorse. Banning the people you are not seeing. Silverwolf, I am not saying you're going to lose anything. You are fine. Don't you worry about it. You're good. You're good. Oh, man. King Kong Dong says, this is insane. I know. The Dong. I think YouTube might be a big fan of the Dong Watch. I think that might be what's going on here. Oh, Lucy Boosie, I do want to talk about this. This is mental illness personified. This, I think, is when you know the toe rules your life and you make up fan fiction and then run with it. I wish Haley had this sense of humor about being like a mud shark and all of that stuff. Like, she doesn't have a good sense of humor about it. There are people out there who have invented a rumor because we hit all the goals and our viewership is very stable and we're bigger than a lot of the people they like. And they really thought their autism could bring down the toe. It didn't happen. So they create fan fiction and create misery for themselves. Lucy Boosie says, do you receive Minnesota state benefits for being a special needs? Oh, I thought you said for having one. You said for being a I'm sorry, Lucy Boosie. I was going to make fun of you and make you an example of a mentally retarded person. And you just made a really funny joke at my expense because I can't read. You know what the funny part about this is? Lucy Boosie tried to make a joke about how I'm retarded and I fucked it up because I couldn't read it right, which ironically makes her joke about me being retarded even funnier. Carlos Ramirez says, I'm here every day and nothing on my end. What the fuck? I mean, Carlos Ramirez can't get one, so we're on Mex Watch. King Kong Dong can't get one, so we're on Dong Watch. You guys got to make sure your gifted membership things are on. We'll see if you can get one. Patrick Michael says, Aaron, did you hear a certain overweight redhead was reportedly impregnated by Antonio Cromartie? Checks out. It checks out. Phantom X says, Aaron, the only thing that can bring down the toe is your own cuckery, but that still triggers your haters because you're still getting laid. I mean, it's not hard to get laid. You be nice to a girl. She likes you. You lay some decent pipe and she wants to have sex with you some more. It's not, don't look at me for your problems. Graham Snurdley says, don't worry, Aaron obviously doesn't get rid of people just because they're terrible at their job. Johnny is still co-host. Now, what? That's not what I said. Carlos Ramirez says, Mex Watch, you dick. Lucy Boosie says, I'm available for Wednesdays. And Frankenberries, I can't get one either, so now we're on Jew Watch. On a Wall with $1 says, Silverwolf has PTSD, man. I think he does. That's why I like Silverwolf. He's a good guy. But I think you're right. I think he has... I think Silverwolf has a little bit of PTSD from being a mod. There's no doubt about it. All right, see? We spend so much more time on chats when I run both the Rumble and YouTube chats on the same day. This is very, very difficult. Give me tips. Just got the Antonio Cromartie joke for Haley. He says, oh, he's black. I got it. There. Oh, Aussie Mark forgetting the really important part of getting laid. He says, and you pay after sex. Yeah, they get mad when you don't pay. He is right. They do get very upset when you don't put the cash on the dresser. All right, guys, over 500 of you checking out the show right now. That's pretty remarkable, seeing as we really fucked this one up badly. But we have been having a good time, so that's probably helping. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's get back into the 600s. I appreciate you guys. We're still on Dong Watch. $1 from the cleaner says, Karmic is making fun of your fighting record and wants to take you outside and push your shit in. I don't doubt that. Northern Minnesota people typically like the smell of a man's asshole over a vagina, so that does check out in these parts of the country. Silverwolf with $2 says, they drew first blood, sir. Thank you, Silverwolf. I appreciate your service to the toe. I think you guys have basically knocked out the evening goal tonight, too. Jesus Christ. All right, you guys ready to dig into some Somali fraud here in Minnesota? Just like this is really tricky because when I started this show, I told people, I go, you guys watch, in a generation or two, Somalis will assimilate. We'll go through this tough, adjustment period, and it'll be fine. Well, now we're about a generation and a half in, and it's still a fucking nightmare. I mean, the parts of town that they inhabit just get depleted and go to shit. And again, it's not because they want it to be shitty. It's because where they come from, they don't fucking know any better. They see the east side of St. Cloud and they go, this is beautiful. It's not. It's fucking shit. We had banks and we had bakeries and dentists and doctor's office and we had convenience stores and liquor stores and all. I mean, a pawn shop couldn't survive. I'm starting to sound like Mad Dog Russo. You guys couldn't even keep a pawn shop in town. But it's true. And now we're having this problem in Minnesota where even under a liberal governor, where you'd think they'd try to keep this shit under wraps, they can't help themselves. And we've got Somali fraud case after Somali fraud case after. I can't even keep up with them. They got new ones before we're done with the last one. So we had the daycare one. We had the food stamp one. I think the food stamp one is still going. We had the autism thing. Well, no, the autism thing we're going to get to. We had the Feeding Our Future scandal. Then the Medicare staying at home for crippled people scandal. Now there's a crypto scandal and there's an autism scandal. And we haven't even finished the Medicaid scandal, which is Somalis starting businesses to provide services to basically people like Johnny so that they can live on their own. And these companies provide the service, they turn the services into the government, and they get money. What these Somalis have been doing is starting these companies and just processing paperwork. That's all their company does. They write up services they provided to handicapped people, turn it into the program, and they get a check. The only problem is it's like an abandoned warehouse for a headquarters. There's one employee and it's them, and they just take the money. They don't provide the service. So far, we think there's $100 million in fraud that we've found, and they're still looking. They've indicted 8 people. They have executed 150 search warrants. I mean, it's really bad. So I am willing to tell my audience right now that I'm very sorry. I was wrong. My bad. I don't think this magical assimilation thing is coming. Although I will say there is a certain amount of assimilation in a bad way of being a crooked, dirty ripoff artist. I mean, that is kind of an American thing, just not one we like to tout to the rest of the world. So we have the first person. If you didn't think that these people scheming and scamming the welfare system could get bad enough, we have the first piece of shit in the Feeding Our Future investigation to commit fraud against people with fucking autism. Let's take a look at this. This is Fox
FBI
9.
agents raiding autism treatment centers in Minneapolis and St. Cloud this morning, and it could be part of a much bigger investigation.
As Fox 9's Rob Olson reports, this.
By the way, it's like there's a script for these Somali ripoff scandals. There's a script, and it's, we found fraud, they're fucking people over, but don't worry, we think it's part of a way bigger thing, and we're really digging into it. I know you're not supposed to say this. I know it's not politically correct, but we ought to investigate every government program that Somalis are using. Because where there is smoke, there's fire. And how much fucking fraud do we have to discover with the same MO before we start profiling a little bit?
Search warrant indicates this is an investigation into fraudulent Medicaid claims.
Promptly at 9 a.m., FBI agents raided an autism center inside this Minneapolis storefront that's called Smart Therapy. At the same time, another in St. Cloud called Star Autism.
Hey, look, we did it again. Hey, Ma, our little town is on the news. Why? Somalis are stealing again. I mean, stealing the east side wasn't enough.
Both suspected of massive fraud of state funds. In the 54-page federal search warrant unsealed at the same time, investigating...
Excuse me, but Eddie Vedder taught me that it's pronounced unsealed. Thank you.
Wire fraud, healthcare fraud, and conspiracy. It says Smart Therapy received nearly $14 million in Medicaid funds since it formed in late 2019.
Wait, let me guess. And they never performed a single fucking service.
Star Autism more than $6 million since it opened in 2020.
You took $6 million claiming that you were providing services to autistic children, you fucking soulless dirtbags.
And that many of these claims appear fraudulent. All this grew out of the Feeding Our Future investigation into federal meal fraud, which it's...
Okay, so that's important to note here. Sorry for pausing so much, but it's important to note that we're now creating like a spider web of Somali welfare fraud. So we had the Feeding Our Future scandal, which if you don't know what that is, you don't listen to the show a lot. Here's what Feeding Our Future is. Minnesota is a cesspool of welfare fraud. Feeding Our Future there's a program where if you feed a bunch of needy kids in needy neighborhoods, you turn those meals into the government and they give you a check. They compensate you and give you a little something extra. You can turn a profit doing it if you make the meals and you feed the kids. These Somali businesses had this fat white liberal lady kind of spearheading the whole thing. She would head the spear. They would, well, you get the idea. They would write down that they were serving 4,000 meals a day to needy kids out of a shithole shoebox Somali halal restaurant. Turn it into the government, and our government being as shitty as it is, they just cut the check. They didn't ask questions until a few years go by and they go, dude, we've given out $250 million to these Minnesota Somali restaurants in Feeding Our Future, and this program's only supposed to be like $5 million a year. So they finally start looking into it. You know how many of those 4,000 meals a day they were actually serving? Not a fucking one. Making it up out of whole cloth. They did the same thing with daycare. They did the same thing with Medicaid, and now they're doing the same thing with autism. They did the same thing with EBT. Somalis would get welfare benefits. They'd get EBT from American taxpayers. They would go to Somali grocery stores. The Somali grocery store would give them cash, 60 cents on the dollar for the food stamps. The grocery store would turn in the food stamps to the government and get 100% the value of the food stamps. Happened here in St. Cloud, wouldn't you know it? So now they investigate this Feeding Our Future scandal, and while they're investigating the Feeding Our Future scandal, they find out one of these fuckers has also been ripping off autistic people.
grew to hundreds of millions of dollars. Agents noticed a connection. At least a dozen of the defendants, the warrant reads, charged for their role in the Feeding Our Future scheme, owned, received money from, or were associated with autism clinics and other healthcare companies that received state funds.
Now, if you don't know this, in the Somali community, rampant autism. Lots of autism in the Somali community. The media doesn't talk about this, but there's a reason there's a lot of autism in the Somali community. And part of the reason is that, well, I won't say that this is I'll tell you something unrelated. In the Quran, Muhammad did not say that you couldn't marry and reproduce with your cousin. That's what I'll say. Matthew Q with $2 says, I stand with King Kong Dong. I, too, was once gifted to many memberships to this channel, and I haven't received one in several months, so I don't know if it's just been broken lately or what, or they just hate the dong. Continue with the welfare fraud.
The warrant cites a witness who said owners would recruit clients by talking to parents they knew, even knocking on doors, and believe the owners paid parents to bring their kids there. But the warrant also alleges in many cases the kids weren't there at all, that Medicaid was billed for times when those clients were actually in school.
So here's the thing. This Somali community, they'll fuck each other over. They'll rip each other off, which I guess that is pretty white of them. They'll go in and they will take advantage of the fact that there's a shitload of autism in the Somali community, and they'll basically go to the parents and go, we're going to say that your kid was at our autism treatment center, even though we don't fucking have one. It's just an empty building with a chair in it. Do you mind if we write them down? And I'm sure those parents got a kickback. I'm sure they got a cut. That's how you run these welfare fraud schemes. As long as you keep everybody paid, nobody's going to rat.
In one case, at home recovering from surgery, billed for services provided by people who didn't actually work for the centers, or billed for medical providers who were, in fact, not even in the country. These searches are certainly just part of the investigation.
Guys, we're 2.5 hours into today's show, and I just realized that my shirt is on inside out. I want to see it. Before we continue this story, I want to see if you can tell. You notice the buttons are on the inside? You know how I said, like, hey, only collared shirts from now on the toe because I can't be looking like a slob as these clips take off. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter, as I can't fucking dress myself. We got 12 seconds left in this story. Let's finish it up, but fuck me running.
Warrant notes that dozens of similar autism centers opened around the same time, and that many, they write, appear to be submitting false claims.
Now, it's interesting. I noticed Fox 9 didn't say, they didn't give us any names on who was indicted in that story. Thank goodness I did find another story that named the names of the people committing the autism welfare fraud. 28-year-old Asha Farhan Hassad is facing wire fraud charges. Oh, no. You know what? Sounds Norwegian. So, like, while we're looking into one form of welfare fraud that Somalis are committing in Minnesota, we find another form of welfare fraud that they're fucking committing. Again, I'm sorry, but where there's smoke, there's fire. We ought to investigate all of them. Every single program they're involved in, every company they're involved in. Rabbi Smoothie with $1 says, hey, libtards, Trump said taking X-Lax is not good. Good way to get them all to shit their pants. $1 from On a Wall says, or I wonder if they are being labeled autistic for benefit fraud and because the schools probably get more money for special needs students. Yeah. Oh, I see. So, like, who's going to say no and call it out if everybody's getting a cut? Give me tips with $1. Says, did you take a shit right before the show? Approachable says, LOL, you're having a hard time focusing on the story right now because you keep seeing yourself and know your shirt's inside out. Some of you have very good eyes. Some of you have very, very keen eyes. That's for sure. All right. What are they saying on YouTube here? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. They are busy. Lucy Boosie says, saw a video of a guy asking some Somali youth if they'd rather return to Somalia, and the vast majority said yes, book flights as soon as possible. Arc Light says it's just part of their culture. I mean, it seems to be part of the culture here in Minnesota. Graham Snerdley says, well, if Somalis are so bad, why is their homeland such a paradise? That's a great point. You kind of got me there. Arclight says, do they chop each other up with machetes there? You're thinking of Haiti. You're thinking of Haiti. People in the YouTube chat, Aaron, you're a mess. Dipshit. Just turn it the right way the next time you take a dump. Johnny Mars says, superstition, you should start wearing your shirt like that every day. It brings in the bucks. Wally World says, Aaron's one of the autism clients. I mean, how can I tell them they're wrong when I'm literally sitting here with an inside-out shirt? 383 Novogaine with $1 says, give us our tax money back. Well, dude, how about the fact that we give Somalis in this state a shitload of tax money already, and then on top of that, they steal more? Oh, my God. Reformed Rapscallion says, next, let's paint every WAP as a mob boss. I mean, you know, at least a capo, right? Approachable says, I caught a video of Aaron singing karaoke this last weekend. Oh, no. Oh, no. What is this one? I'm all out of dong. I'm so lost without you. There you go. Don't say that I never give back to my audience. Over 500 of you checking out the show right now. Let's go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. You did peak out in the 600s today, which to me is unbelievable, given the fact that I had so much technical difficulties with Rumble. Seeing as, again, I mean, we ended the stream, we started the stream 3 different times. I mean, thank you guys so much for showing up and showing out for the toe today. I appreciate it. Let me do this real quick, because if we're on Rumble Studio, you got to, right? Let's talk about football. Football fanatics, are you ready for some primetime NFL action? Tune into Westwood One for all the gridiron glory you crave. From jaw-dropping touchdowns to game-changing plays, don't miss a moment of the excitement. Catch every snap, every tackle, and every victory on Westwood One. You can listen to the NFL on the NFL app, on the Westwood One Sports app, on WestwoodOneSports.com via Westwood One station streams, or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One. See? Painless. Again, I'm going to go through today's stream because we've made a fortune, and I'm going to put it towards tonight, and we might be done with goals for the week. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Cleaner says you're missing Karmic, Aaron. Yeah, so is everyone else. Again, if he can get to 1/5 of my audience, maybe he'll be deemed worthy, but right now, he's just my angry son who will one day return. All right, guys, guess what? You thought we were done. More fraud, more robbery, more Minnesota going to shit.
Unfolding in Washington County. On Friday night, the Matamidi High School homecoming football game was canceled as law enforcement searched for 2 armed and dangerous men. Well, now prosecutors say those men held a family hostage while robbing them of cryptocurrency. Fox 9's Karen Scullen reports.
This street here behind me is where the family was held hostage inside their own home. Across the street from there, where I am, is where the middle school, high school, and elementary schools all are. This case really almost unbelievable.
I think this is where, like, the crypto bros gotta shut the fuck up a little bit. Like, you're kind of putting a target on your back because a lot of them act, let's just say, a certain kind of rich. And they like to brag about their crypto. And, a lot of people who are struggling and want to turn to robbery, A, want to go where the money is, and B, they're probably a little pissed when people kind of wave it in their face. Yeah, I got into crypto so early, dude, and it's fucking taking off. It's going crazy. I mean, it's only a matter of time before some bum comes into your house and pistol whips you and tries to get your crypto from you. So maybe don't try to dress like Kramer in the pimp outfit, and just a little humility with the crypto money and enjoy yourself.
But it appears to be very real and very scary. Early Friday morning, the sun just coming up.
Oh.
2 men carried out a home invasion.
George Harrison song.
On Inwood Way in Grant that was nothing short of terrifying, forcing the homeowner into his garage at gunpoint, then tying his hands with zip ties and forcing him inside the home. A mother and son were inside and also bound with zip ties and held at gunpoint, allegedly by Raymond Christian Garcia. But that was just the beginning.
Can we get ice on this thing? Is this an iceable offense?
The first victim was forced to access his cryptocurrency accounts and transfer $36,000 to an unknown cyber wallet. Court documents show Isaiah Angelo Garcia forced that same victim to drive 3 hours to his cabin in Jacobson, Minnesota, where another crypto wallet was stored. He then transferred another $36,000. They then drove back to the Inwood Way home, but just minutes earlier, the son, being held at gunpoint inside the home, snuck a call to 911.
See, this is fucking elaborate. You're going to a lake home. You're coming back to the other house. This is people who had intimate knowledge of this, either because they knew the guy or because, again, fucking crypto. I got crypto, so much crypto. It's like, dude, you're putting a sign on your back.
By this time, 9 hours had passed. Law enforcement arrived and the men took off running. A shotgun was found in the weeds not far from the home. Also, a dark suitcase was found nearby containing clothes, cans, and an AR-15 with ammunition and a Wendy's receipt.
That's my favorite part of this story. Number one, that he had it. Number two, that the news felt they needed to report that part. You wouldn't believe what he had. An AR-15. Oh, my God. A shotgun. Jesus Christ. These guys were not fucking around. And they had a Baconator. Oh. See, now this is where I'm a piece of shit. You know what I'm taking out of this story? I kind of just want to go to Wendy's now. I got a couple errands to run. Like, I got to go out after the show. And now I kind of want to make a Wendy's stop, even though it's mildly out of my way.
That Wendy's receipt proved to be key in tracking down the car, which was rented in Waller, Texas, by one of the defendants.
No way. So they got the Wendy's receipt. It showed time of day. They went back, looked at the surveillance footage, and that's how they were able to catch the guy. You fat fuck. Jesus, a Wendy's receipt. That's what did you in. It's always a broken taillight when you got 20 pounds of meth in the car. Not that I have broken taillight or 20 pounds of meth in my car.
A lot of surveillance video from the victim's neighborhood, Wendy's, and a Motel 6, where they were staying, helped detectives piece it all together.
Ironically, these Mexicans only got caught because of their white trash habits. Wendy's and Motel 6.
The pair had driven 17 hours to target a family they didn't know. The victims believe they found them because some of his cryptocurrency account information had been leaked during a data breach. Now, the brothers share a home in Waller, Texas.
Wait a minute. So this guy wasn't cocking off about his crypto. It was a data breach thing, and it led these guys right to him. Oh, God. See, there's drawbacks to this.
Arrested. That is also where the rental car was found. Now, there's one big question in all this kind of looming. One of the defendants was actually on the phone with a third party while that cryptocurrency was being transferred. That person on the phone helping them with that process. It's unclear at this point if police know who that is or where they are.
This is new age shit, man. We don't know. Like, the whole crypto robbery thing at gunpoint is just so new, and I'm sure it's going to get worse and worse. Like, I'm sure you're going to have more, especially as crypto gets, more and more up there. What is crypto at right now? What's Bitcoin at? Bitcoin price, $110,000. Jesus. It was at 10,000 in 2020. Buy yourself a little crypto during COVID, and you've got 11 times your return on investment. Jesus Christ. But as that continues to go up, you're going to have more people pulling off these robberies. And then it's going to be so hard for the police to figure out who's all involved. You know, you got a fucking computerized spider web network of who's all plotting the damn thing. You're going to have guys just breaking into suburban houses. Meanwhile, they've got like an Ocean's 11 Italian job crew working on robbing this guy of his cryptocurrency. Because if you got a guy who has one Bitcoin, that's a $110,000 hit that you got. Yeah, undone by a Wendy's. The whole thing. A goddamn Frosty is what did you in. Reformed Rapscallion says the Baconator strikes back. Sam Show says this is why I host all my own shit. Not a bad call. Not a bad call. Abel Graham says this is why you don't use custodial wallets. See, everybody's telling me about how to do this crypto shit. I'm very boomerish on this. I have no idea what these people are saying. 09 Canyon says the first time I went to a Wendy's, I was disturbed by the square burger. Only went because Roy Rogers was closed for remodeling. Oh, okay. Sam Show says there's a reason why us software nerds live like it's 20 years ago. Right. I mean, it seems like every day some company has some kind of data breach and all your shit gets out there. And before you know it, you're talking to Netflix about a documentary. Saint Caesar says, hey, Aaron, off topic. It's my favorite. But have you seen last scene AEW wrote Edge off of TV to give him permission to be John Cena's final opponent? What? Wait a minute. T. Duden says Carmax has a touch of the Downs. It's not fair to make fun of him. I know. I don't like, people want me to like make fun of the guy. And it's like, first of all, I've got like 6 times the audience. It's so punching down. It's not funny. And number 2, he only has an audience. They're only there to laugh at him. You know? It's like in Tombstone, you remember, who was it, Billy or like that deputy? And he's like, those men you killed were my friends. And they're like, all they ever did was laugh at him. And that's karmic. Like he doesn't understand that his whole audience that is there to like watch him have meltdowns, cry on the air and get drunk. And they try to make him do it. And then he's like, you know who's a bad guy? Steel Toe. It's like, all right. I mean, that's fine. But all these other guys, bro, they're fucking with you. They're fucking with you. Mick KM says 110,000. I bought it 300. God damn. Can I have a car? Can I like? It doesn't even have to be a nice one. I mean, just something, something to take out. I'm just asking for a nice. I love those old 2005 Chrysler 300 C-classes with the Hemi engine. If you could find me one with really low miles, I would really like to, that probably won't set you back more than like 10 grand. You'll be fine. How about the fact that we found out that Wendy's works with the fuzz? I don't like it. ESO Horny with $2 says Karmic and Shuli couldn't even graduate high school. That is the least surprising news I've ever heard. On a Wall says Karmic is Temu boss man Jack. All right, that's fucking hurtful. That feels like bullying to me. That feels like bullying. All right, let's continue on with today. I don't even know what to do, man. Goal knocked out. Probably halfway into tonight's goal. We still got an hour and a half left in today's show. Rumble was down for most of the show. We're pushing 600 people still. What a fucking day for the toe, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I can't get enough of you fucking creeps. Thank you. Reformed Rapscallion says there's a finance guy I respect that is fairly certain Bitcoin will hit 0. Well, here, I don't know if it's ever going to hit 0, and I don't know enough about it. What I do know is that the Federal Reserve and the federal government do not take too kindly, historically, to people trying to set up alternative forms of currency. And if there's a way that they can fuck it over, they're going to fuck it over. I know that this is probably terrible financial advice, and 10 years from now, it's going to look really shitty, but I would cash out at 100. I don't know what you're waiting for at 110,000 not to cash. I mean, you're waiting for 200,000. Isn't that how everybody loses at gambling? You know, you're like, hey, you're up $500. Oh, it could be up 1,000. Or it could be up 500. It's not bad. That's why when I always get up a certain amount, whether it's craps or blackjack, I just take a certain amount of chips. I put them in my pocket. I go, this is what I'm happy with. I'm good with this. And then whatever's sitting there left over, that's what we'll play with. But like sitting there and doing it's at 110,000, but what if it's at 200,000? I could wait till then. What's wrong with 110, baby? What's wrong with 110, baby? St. Caesar says, in a backstage segment, Edge told Christian he has to go home for a while and doesn't know when he will be back. A lot of people think Cena and Edge is happening. I would love if Cena versus Edge happened. The only thing is, oh wow, wait a minute. Is this real? I think Cena Edge is the only way for him to go out.
My daughter telling me that I should go be with Uncle Jay and have fun.
Is that? I'm guessing that means John Cena. Adam Copeland's current AEW contract is set to expire October 2025. I don't think that's true. I think Edge's contract runs out October 2026, not October 2025. I'm going to go ahead and say that I would love for it to be Edge to be Cena's last opponent, but I don't think it's going to be. Jordan Jackson's House of Horrors with $4.99 says, Aaron, are you afraid that you've passed down your numerous mental illnesses to your children? Those poor kids deserve better. I mean, so far, they're fucking hilarious. They're good at football, and they're a lot of fun to be around. So, yes, I do think I've passed it all down to my children. The lucky bastards. The lucky bastards. Now people are accusing me of having potato chips in my pocket. I can't escape the potato rumors. This is disgusting. This is fucking gross. Nasto Killian says Uncle Jay is Christian. Well, see, that makes sense. Gray Duckling says, do you know why Wendy's patties are square? Because they don't cut corners. Would it be wrong if I said I've made all the money, I pull a Hulk Hogan, I got the money in my back pocket, I'm just going to take the next hour and a half off because I don't know if I can recover from that. They don't cut corners. Oh, Jordan Jackson, you can tell my response was too funny and he didn't like it. He goes, oof, great response. They're totally not burdens for you. Not burdens. They saved my fucking life. What do you mean not burdens? My kids are the fucking coolest people I know. And again, Jordan Jackson, that should not upset you, buddy. Take your pills. Take your pills. Mr. B says, I hope your kids didn't inherit your widow's peak. Well, how about this? Not all of them did. Not all of them did. Nasto Killian says Christian Cage's real name is Jason Russo, Uncle Jay. Well, there you go. Jennifer says, isn't John Cena sick? I don't know. Guys, you want to fuck? I'm so glad we went back to the YouTube chat. You want to fuck around with Jordan Jackson a little bit? Because we have really triggered the fuck out of this guy. Guys, let's have some fun. Jordan says, you're ruining their lives. I don't know. Their mom and I and SP and their stepdad. I mean, we were all at football with all the grandpas and all the grandmas. Everyone seems pretty happy playing with Gordy and everything else. Now, let me ask you something, Jordan Jackson. Why does that upset you so much? Come on. I want to drop the facade for a minute. I want to get to the bottom of what's bothering you. Because it's not me. You're processing whatever trauma you've got going on through me. So what's going on, buddy? Level with me. Jordan Jackson says, I'll provide the content. You didn't prepare for your own show. I mean, we can talk about an epileptic comedian. We can talk about Muslims in the, we got a bunch of UK is dying shit and a bunch of other stuff we can get to today. You should take this as a compliment. We all think you're way more fun than any of that because you are losing your mind. Your legacy on the internet will haunt them forever. My oldest and I already laugh about it. This sounds like wishful thinking on your part, pal. I'm really sorry. Phantom X says Aaron's haters think because Aaron didn't want to lose Ape's tight core that he somehow hates his kids. The fuck, broken logic. I think so. Balls Deep says, imagine being on the internet interested in another guy's kids. It's a little iffy, right? I think Jordan Jackson might be a little... Jordan Jackson says, you decide on your content, not the audience, stupid. No, I let my audience decide on the content. By the way, join us for Rumble Friday tomorrow morning. They're laughing at you, dummy. Jordan, I'm really sorry to say this, bud, but if you look at both chats, they're both laughing at you. If I could pat you on the head right now, I would. $2 from Joey Caravello. Says, did you ever try on April or SP's panties? No. Not that that's any of your business. But no. Somebody says, no, Jordan, we laugh at Aaron while he's laughing at himself. Dude, he's getting mad. Don't do this to him. Don't do this to him. And then Jordan now copes by going, there's barely anyone here, deadbeat. Now, which one is it? Is there nobody here or are they all laughing at me? Jordan, get your cope straight, pal. All right, guys, this one seems like he might actually be mentally ill. We should probably let him simmer for a little bit. You know, when that boiling pot's about to overflow, you got to turn the temperature down a little bit. This one, I don't want to brick through my window from this lunatic. Right-wing comedian Katie Hopkins is the latest to now be stopped at the fucking airport in Britain for something she joked about or something she wrote. I know that there's some people who do like the whole, what is it? There's God damn, I always forget his name. Graham Linehan. There's this thing where like these British people are making jokes about certain things and they pop up on some kind of list. Like there's got to be some kind of a list at the airport that when you check in, the cops go, oh, this is another one who made a joke about trans people or immigrants or something like that. And they're pulling these people aside at the airport for like 9/11 questioning. And in Graham Linehan's case, they arrest him. He was detained at the airport. Now you got this Katie Hopkins, and she's an epileptic, and she was joking about epilepsy, and when she went to the airport, they stopped her for questioning. They arrested her. This is like, I know that there's stories in Britain of like, oh, look, the cops came to these people's houses, and just because someone posted a meme, the cops wanted to talk to them. And then it turns out like the kid was pretending to be someone else and they were bullying somebody and it really was a shitty situation. But Graham Linehan, Katie Hopkins, these are legit cases of people telling jokes and being arrested at the fucking airport. She has epilepsy. She's mocking epilepsy. British police arrested her for it. She was in the Exeter police station after being interviewed under caution, which is British speak for you have to come down to the police station to be interrogated or we'll bring you in. She then talked more to Glenn Beck about the incident. This is Katie Hopkins talking about what she went through in Britain.
It's Tuesday, the 5th of August here at Exeter Police Station. And I, Katie Hopkins, state as follows. I have attended this interview under protest as I was threatened with arrest if I did not attend. I consider this interview and the police investigation to be an unlawful interference with my right to freedom of expression pursuant to Article 10 ECHR Human Rights Act 1998. I reserve my position in respect of any actions I choose to take, including but not limited to a formal complaint and claim for damages against Devon and Cornwall Police. I run a comedy pub night called the...
This was a comedy pub night. So it's not like she was in a stadium with, 6,000 people and she was doing some big show. Even if she did, it would still not be okay to take her to the police station to question her about her epilepsy joke. But she was running, like if you're in central Minnesota, she was running what amounts to like a Benton Station red carpet comedy night. Just the fact that the police are aware of what the jokes were at a comedy night of that small size is disconcerting.
Katie's Arms, live on my Instagram at 8 p.m. on Fridays for 30 minutes. I started the Katie's Arms.
So she basically starts her own open mic, a 30-minute open mic, once a week at a pub and puts it on Instagram. And the police wanted to bring her in for questioning. Like, the UK is lost, man.
During the idiocy.
Oh, sorry, she had to stop. There was a Muslim stabbing somebody.
Of COVID lockdowns in order to help people struggling with their mental health. The Katie's Arms is now an international community of people wanting others to live their best life.
If she wasn't being questioned for jokes she made, I really want to dislike her because she's fucking boring.
Laughing with me and at me. My audience choose to join me on my Instagram channel live.
She's insufferable. I think we can read about this one. Holy shit. In another interview with American comedian Roseanne Barr, Hopkins said she had referred to herself as a spaz. Oh, that's what it was? She called herself a spaz.
Fucking get back here, you cripple spastic. I'm a proper spaz. And actually, it's the last thing I got hauled into the police station for in the UK, just before I got here. I was told I would either be arrested or I had to turn up for interview under caution, was because on my Katie's Arms, my pub, where I just, let rip, whatever, I called myself a spaz. And I got arrested, effectively, by British police because that's offensive.
Jeez.
It's demonic.
Yeah, I'm waiting to find out if I'm going to be charged.
So she could, it wasn't just that she brought, because a lot of people say, oh, come on. She just got brought in for questioning. It's not a big deal. It's not like, no, now she's waiting to see after they took her statement if they're going to bring charges against her for calling herself a spaz.
Against the Online Communications Act for calling myself a spaz.
I'm so terrified of going to the UK.
Oh, yeah, Roseanne wouldn't make it in the UK. I mean, have you ever seen the picture of Roseanne baking little Jew cookies dressed as Hitler? And by the way, Roseanne is Jewish. But Roseanne Hitler. There's a picture of Roseanne dressed. Yeah, here it is. This is Roseanne Barr. I don't think you're going to make it in the UK with this. I don't think the UK is going to look at this and go, we don't need to talk to Roseanne. That is funny, though. That's fucking hilarious. And a Jew pulling it off is the best part. So, yeah, you call yourself a spaz. You make fun of yourself. And they haul you in for questioning. And, I know you're saying, well, Aaron, they probably won't charge her. Okay, but even if they don't, the fact that it's even a possibility is that's not a Western country. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, Aaron, it may not have been one of Ape's panties, but you did try on her bra. Oh, that's true. I did. I think that's on camera. I tried on her bar. Her bra, not her bar. Aussie Mark says, Katie Hopkins is actually insufferable. Joey Caravello quoting Archie Bunker, England is a fag country. Little bit. But man, I mean, the UK is fucking gone. I mean, to say that it's lost it might be an understatement. It might have been lost a while ago. And I have one more British story for today to kind of, nail the point home. A Muslim who shouted, I'm going to kill you, while stabbing a man has been given a suspended sentence by a British court, and the victim has been charged with a crime. That's because in the UK, this isn't parody anymore. The words you say to someone are more important than the actions you take. And there is a stabbing problem also in the UK. Back in February, a Turkish refugee named Hamit Kaskun decided to protest Islam by burning a Quran outside the Turkish embassy in London. Now, burning any holy book, and I'm a Christian, all of that stuff, you can burn it. You should be able to burn a fucking Bible all day long. I don't think you're supposed to call it a fucking Bible. I'm still working on the Christianity thing, you know? But you should be able to burn a Bible. It's freedom of speech. You should be able to burn a Quran. And by the way, Muslims some of them are nuts. And if you burn a Quran, they might cut your fucking head off for it. So why should the government make a law saying that will punish you if you burn a Quran? You're already putting yourself at risk of having your head chopped off. The government doesn't need to step in and make it worse. And the government would argue, well, we need to put you up on charges to protect you from yourself. How does that make any sense? So a guy still might come in and go, ha la 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 la, and chop my head off, and you might give me a criminal charge. I don't really understand how that's helping. Stay the fuck out of it. Kaskun is an atheist, which is annoying, who left Turkey in 2022 to flee government prosecution. Really? Because I go to Turkey in the fridge to make a sandwich. As he stood outside the embassy, a crazed Muslim named Musa Kadri attacked him with a knife while shouting, "I'm going to kill you." Well, I mean, don't give away the game. The entire incident was captured on video. So I don't know if we can play this on YouTube.
The man's come out with a knife there.
I think, let me just take a look at this real quick.
Go for me. Look. God, he's got a knife.
Yeah, I can't. There's no way. This guy is fucking attacking this dude with a knife. I can't, but we'll play the audio for you. So this guy's setting the Quran on fire.
A knife there.
Here comes a dude with a giant knife, and he's just swinging it at him.
Look. God, he's got a knife. Go.
Now he's kicking the shit out of him. He's spitting on him.
Go.
He's kicking him. Oh, and he's now he's slashing the knife at him.
Fucking idiot! Don't come to me. Listen, I'm just filming. Yeah. No, you shouldn't be. Listen.
My religion. You don't burn Quran.
What are you doing?
Now some other asshole just comes in kicking him. He's already got one guy standing over him with a knife kicking him in the ribs. Now some dickhead comes by on a bike and gives him little gay soccer kicks.
Come on, man. What are you doing? You're standing out in public road with knife. Exactly. What are you doing?
Fucking bullies on the floor. Stand up, fight, you fucking bully.
Do you say stand up and fight, you fucking bell end? But you know, that it's a good point. I mean, the UK does have to stand up for itself at some point. I mean, you got to fight for your culture, because it's not okay to have people running around like maniacs with knives in the street because somebody set your holy book on fire. So months later, the judge in the case has allowed Kadri to go free. The knife wielder who tried to kill the guy for insulting his religion, no jail time. Kadri's defense said this: "This was a response to a very unusual situation that Mr. Kadri has demonstrated regret and remorse for." Oh, guys, he's sorry that he tried to murder that guy. Totally feel bad. His reaction was in the heat of the moment, and what he perceived was a deeply offensive act on a holy book. Oh, see, you guys remember the laws about attempted murder where it's totally okay if it's in the heat of the moment and someone's doing something that bothers you? Yeah. The judge in the case reportedly suspended what would have been a 20-week prison sentence. So less than 6 months. It would be about 4.5 months in jail, or 5 months in jail, for trying to kill a guy in the middle of the street. And he suspended that sentence. Hamit Kaskun, the guy who burned the Quran, has been charged with a religiously aggravated public order offense. The man who was stabbed for burning a book may now be going to jail while the stabber is allowed to walk free. Burning books as a form of protest is protected under Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights. ratified in 1998. However, the UK's Public Order Act in 1986 has vague bans on speech that causes distress, which is why a British man was arrested this summer for saying he loves bacon outside of a mosque. Again, fight for your fucking country because it's just about gone. It's just about over. Veldrain with $1 says, I suggest opening a comedy club in a country that has less limits on free speech than the UK. Maybe North Korea. It's getting to that point. Balls Deep gifting a membership. Oh, guys, we're still on Dong Watch. Dong Watch is still on. Balls Deep gifting a membership. Matt Sager got it. God damn it. God damn it. Well, King Kong Dong still doesn't have his membership over on the YouTube channel, unfortunately. Phantom X says, dog, this video is old as fuck. No, the video's old as fuck, but they just took care of the case now in the UK. The guy got cut loose, and the guy who got stabbed is being charged with a crime. Oh, by the way, Jordan Jackson is still spurging the fuck out in the YouTube chat, boys. I think we got him. Phantom X says, Jordan, he's not going to cuck you out. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself. You know that audience that you said is just here to laugh at me, Jordan? They're laughing at you. I apologize. I know this didn't go the way you wanted it to go. It's making you more upset. Don't worry. We're kind of used to it here on The Toe. To be honest with you, mentally ill people thinking that their chats are going to go one way, only to watch us laugh it off and have fun with it and twist it into part of our show. It's not new. It's not new. And I'll be honest, we're a little too dickish with it. But I don't know any other way. I'm sorry. All right, guys, we have knocked out the goal a long time ago. We are more than halfway through this evening's goal. It's really because it started out as a terrible day. Rumble wouldn't work. The stream wasn't firing up. So we took down the stream, put it back up. Took down the stream, put it back up. Switched platforms, put it back up. And still, you guys got up to 600 today. I appreciate that. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. You guys are the absolute best. We've torched Karmic without even trying. We've torched this Jordan Jackson guy. We've gifted a shitload of YouTube memberships. And we're on Dong Watch still. We're trying to get King Kong Dong a YouTube membership. Phantom X says, the fuck is my life that I have to defend first Trump, then Tim Pool, and now Imholt. I'm going to run laps tomorrow. Aussie Mark says, stop bullying us, Aaron. I'm not trying to bully Jordan. He just kind of does it to himself. He kind of sounds like he'd be a pretty parasocial fan, if I'm being honest. Did you guys see what this fucking president did yesterday? Donald Trump did something that, I swear to God, I looked this up 3 times because I was like, I'm being fucked with. This is like a gimmick. This is a fake story. I swear to God, I thought it was AI. They said, look what Trump did to Biden's portrait in the White House. Like, as you enter the White House, there's like this wall of presidents, and it's just portraits of presidents throughout history, ending obviously at Trump. And they said Trump changed Biden's portrait. I wasn't buying it. I was like, this can't be real. Sure enough, it happened. And whether this was someone on Trump's staff or this was a Trump edict directly, this is what they did to Joe Biden's portrait. There's no music with this, but here you can see Reagan, Bush, Clinton. These are nice pictures. W looks great. Obama. There's Donnie back in 2017 when he got swore in. Now look what they did to former President Joe Biden. It's a fucking auto pen. They fucking put an auto pen machine in as the Biden portrait. Now To be very clear, my position on this is that it's remarkably unprofessional. It's a super shitty thing to do. But to quote Frank in Home Alone, it was pretty goldarn hilarious. And then for good measure, after the auto pen, there's Trump. There's Trump a second time. I mean, this is kind of one of those you can stop kicking him, he's dead already kind of things. But I guess Trump's not done with Biden. I mean, think about it. If you're Donald Trump, you do believe that this guy stole your second term from you. You think that with the COVID rules and the mail-in voting, you think that all these governments and shit conspired to hand Joe Biden the election. So you're going to be a little pissy and a little bitter about it. Then when it was time to kick the guy's ass in a rematch, he skated out the back door when the polls got too bad. So now, oh God, we got a bunch of stuff coming in now. So now you've got him doing the auto pen thing. Trump gets to win his second term from Biden. Biden skates out the back door. So he never, even though he beat Biden into submission, he never got to beat him in an election. So he still hasn't exercised the demons when it comes to Biden. So he does little shitty things that I don't think hurt anybody. I mean, it's basically just memes. But it does kind of seem like it's beneath the president to do shit like that. But again, it's very, very funny. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, oh, that's funny. All right, let's get to that one. There we go. And Joey Caravello with $5 says, a feel-good story. Well, I love a feel-good story. Why not? Sam Show says they should have used a picture of Biden with his mouth open, staring at the ceiling. I mean, I think the reason it is so funny to me is because it is so far beneath the president. It's not something that he should be doing, but yet he's doing it anyway. Because again, I searched it 3 different times because I was like, there's no fucking way. He didn't really do this. Somebody made up a thing. I mean, it's really good AI, don't get me wrong, but it's still AI nonetheless. Nope. Not only that, our president was proud as fuck. By the way, why they missed a president on that wall of presidential portraits. I don't mean to, kind of throw a wrench into this thing, but it seems to me that they forgot Bibi Netanyahu on the wall of American presidents. Son of a bitch. The guy, he really doesn't get any respect. Well, guys, I think Jordan Jackson surrendered over on YouTube. I think it's over. It's too bad. People are LOLing at him. Jordan Jackson sucks. I enjoy watching the show. Why not watch something else? So everybody else is making fun of this Mario S. and Jordan Jackson guy. Meanwhile, their cope is, everyone is just hate watching. Really? Because I see over 500 people at minimum having a lot of fun with us. I mean, does it fucking suck balls that you make up something in your head and then when you're confronted with something that is the opposite, you cling to your original premise? Because I'll tell you this, I don't mind you doing it. We all get a good laugh at your expense. We enjoy you being here. Please don't change. Let's do this H-1B visa thing. So you know how Trump raised the cost of the H-1B visa? And now it's, I think, $100,000 a year? I did see that Republicans weren't happy with this. I was surprised. I was watching PBD and Fuentes, and both of them didn't like the H-1B visa thing. They said, Fuentes said, I want H-1B visas done away with. I don't want it to be $100,000 a year. I want them to be gone. So I kind of thought the H-1B visa $100,000 a year thing was prohibitive for a lot of H-1B visa recipients. The other thing is it's not grandfathered, you're grandfathered in. So they don't charge current H-1B visa holders 100 grand a year. So there is that part. But I kind of thought the right wing would be happy about this. They're not. The left obviously is very unhappy because they want as few restrictions on immigration as humanly possible because they need voters. And the third world is a little more susceptible to their bullshit. But here's what we know about this new H-1B visa fee and what it's going to do.
Cost prohibitive for employers.
And new tonight, President Trump's decision to add an extra $100,000 fee on H-1B visa applications for foreign workers could have a big impact here in Minnesota. The program allows foreign workers.
Yes, it will have a big impact here in Minnesota. You know what it will do? It will make it cost prohibitive for employers to bring in lower priced, lower skilled labor, and they'll have to employ Americans. Oh, shucks, it's terrible. Look. I'll criticize Trump for wanting to give another $6 billion to Israel. I'll criticize Trump for not releasing the Epstein files. And I will be really hard on him for the fact that these tariffs haven't gotten us as many trade deals as we thought we were going to get. But one thing I will not criticize him for is keeping campaign promises. And this H-1B visa thing, this is keeping a campaign promise of making it punitive for companies to not hire American.
With special
and this isn't sending jobs overseas. This is importing people to just take jobs from Americans. The H-1B visa thing is fucking horseshit. It is such an anti-American policy that it strains believability. So the fact that he's making this really expensive, and I'm hearing from companies that, oh, well, this really is punitive to us. Good. Hire people who live here.
Skills to come to the U.S. temporarily. Just this year, Minnesota companies used the program to hire more than 3,600 employees.
3,600. So that's 3,600 employees that you can now hire here in Minnesota. Sounds like a win-win.
Fox 9's Mike Manzoni joining us in our newsroom tonight. So, Mike, there's still some confusion over what could happen with this.
Kelsey, that new policy took effect 2 days ago, but immigration attorneys still have some unanswered questions, like whether it applies if someone already here gets another job. Here are the 5 companies in Minnesota.
Interesting, because I know if you already have a job, it's not going to cost you more. You're grandfathered in.
That hired the most H-1B workers this year. U.S. Bank tops the list with nearly 600 applications approved. Other companies rounding out the top 5 include Optum, Mayo Clinic, Medtronic, and the University of Minnesota.
So our biggest employers,
H-1B visas are good for 3 years, and you can renew them once. Minneapolis immigration attorney Matthew Webster says the new fee will also make it harder to find health care providers in rural areas.
Why? Pay decent money to people who live in cities to move up to rural areas and do that job so that people living here can get better jobs and make more money.
And these are areas where sometimes the patients are having to drive hours to get the care that they need right now because there aren't physicians, primary care physicians or specialists in their community.
That whether there's H-1B visa recipients or not, that's going to be the case. It's a smaller population center. There's going to be less of everything. You're going to have to drive more for a lot of things when you live in rural areas. It's always been that way in the United States. It's not that way because we don't have enough fucking Indians here. All right? That's not... And I get it. He's an immigration attorney. This kind of fucks up his job a little bit, but... Dude, I mean, to sell out your own people, to argue for some bullshit that you know isn't good for American workers, which is H-1B visas, it's kind of shameless.
And this is really the only way, this H-1B program is really the only way to get those physicians in those communities.
Fucking bullshit. No, it's not. Stop lying. How did we ever get along without H-1B visas before they were instated? How did we ever find people to fill jobs? Oh, that's right. We hired Americans.
And President Trump says he is doing this because companies are using the program to replace American workers.
Bingo.
We've reached out to the state's top 5 H-1B employers for comment, but haven't heard back.
Again, fuck him for not doing the Epstein stuff. Fuck him for the way he, does Israel and maybe even Ukraine at this point. But in terms of turning up the heat on the H-1B visa, I'm not going to shit on him for that. That's him actually keeping a campaign promise. As a matter of fact, Kind of like to see more of that. Kind of like to see a little more. The cleaner with $1 says they lied about charging them once a year. They get charged for the first time applying. Oh, so they lied about that. Well, $100,000 every 3 years. I mean, it's better than nothing. I would have loved when he said $100,000 a year. I loved that. I thought that was great. Give me tips with $1 says Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones have been banned again on YouTube. Well, YouTube not exactly off to a great start on that whole we've learned our lesson on censorship thing. Because Nick and Alex tried to start a YouTube channel today and they got cut off. They started the channel like at the beginning of our show this morning, and by the end of our show, they were banned. How about Owen Benjamin? Sorry about that. How about Owen Benjamin? Because Owen started a channel, and I think his is still up there, I believe. Phantom X says the only hate thing men do is hate fuck a chick or violently get revenge. Men don't hate watch. I mean, it is kind of gay. Carlos says, I hate watching this show while running my machine. I'd rather be chilling on my couch watching. Oh, that's not you're just going to rile them up. $5 from Hunter says, we don't want to live in centers of degenerates and crime like the Twin Cities or St. Cloud. Driving an hour and a half is the trade-off. That's a great point. You live in Kirkhoven, and people are like, aha, you live in Kirkhoven. Like, yeah, you know what I don't have to deal with? The east side of St. Cloud. And then you have a hard time with a comeback to a person like that. We've got Switchblade Proper says, but Aaron, H-1B wasn't a thing before the 90s. America was shit before that. You know what? I forgot about that. I didn't realize. America was absolute dog shit before that. You know what? We need those H-1B visas. I've changed my mind. You mean to tell me we didn't have H-1B visas back in the 1950s and 60s? You're kidding. I thought this country was doing really well. Without those H-1B visas back then, this country must have been a real shit place to live. Matthew Q with $2 says, oh no, I think we got that one. I stand with King Kong Dong. Yeah. Is Dong Watch over? Is Dong Watch finished? Are we done? We're not trying to get King Kong Dong a membership on YouTube anymore. I get it. People tried so much today. So hard to try and get King Kong Dong a membership, and it just did not work. Ryan the Garbage Man, shout out to Kirkhoven. Indeed, there's a callback. All right, guys, you've been doing a great job today. You're incredible. We've got about an hour left in the show. Thank you so much for being here. I have to piss like a racehorse. I got the Celsius coursing through my veins. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I will be right back. I need to get some of this juice out of me. All right. Cue the Aaron didn't wash his hands accusations. I did. I washed my hands. I'm nice and clean. I will say this, though. So I took a shower at like 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon because I'll do yoga or I'll mow the lawn and then I'll go and I'll take a shower afterwards. And then when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, yeah, I'm still good. I'm fine. We'll just go down. We'll do the show. Shower later this afternoon. I smell like dog shit. I got to be very honest with you. I reek this morning. I don't know what it is. I don't know what, well, I know what it could be. But I just fucking, I got a whiff in the bathroom as I was coming out. Whew. I'm a stinky pig. I'm a fucking gross guy. I can smell it now. Like if I move my arm a little bit, I kind of get like a waft. It's the right one. Ever since I had COVID back in 2020, the 4th of July weekend, ever since I had COVID, my right arm has always smelt worse than my left arm. I don't know what that is. I don't know what to tell you what exactly that means, but it's not good. Not good. Balls Deep gifting a membership. Let's see if it happened. Nope. Grimace got it. Grimace got the membership. Son of a bitch. The Dong Watch. Somebody says Dong Watch will never be over. Well, the Dong Watch continues, and the Dong still does not have his membership. Dr. Silverwolf says, okay, seriously, what the fuck, dude? I'm in Kirkhoven. What the fuck is with you naming towns I'm in this week? I don't know. It's creepy as fuck, though, isn't it? It's weird. It's almost like, it's like I'm watching you. Be More Lent says, stink on your down low. No, my balls and my all that stuff, that shit, I mean, I'm not smelling anything from the dick and ball region. It's right. Oh, my God. Horrible. But it's like the good kind of stink, you know? Like I smell it and I'm like, it singes the nostrils a little bit. But you go, I got to smell more. Like I kind of want to smell it again. If I'm being completely honest. Because like this one, ooh, spicy. Spicy, like a fajita. This one, nothing. That's what I mean. Like ever since I had COVID, left side of my body, I can take a nice big inhale whiff. This side, oh my God, like a goddamn sewer. What the fuck does that mean? Cleaner says Aaron is sniffing ball sweat, confirmed. No, and of course not. That's like that's like the allegations of putting mashed potatoes in the pockets. Jelly for the Smelly says, guys, no inappropriate jokes about Aaron releasing his juice. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what happened to my armpits. It might be, you know what it might be? It might be a disorder. Maybe I should have some kind of medical treatment for this. But no. No, sir. Oh shit, the kids' conferences are coming up. I need to schedule a conference time. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. September 25th? We're having conferences already? What the fuck could they have done? It's been a month. They've been back to school for less than a month. And we're getting updates already? Casper Fast says it's lymphoma. People are saying I could have cancer. That me having a stinky right armpit and a not stinky left armpit could mean that I'm cancerous. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Let's take a look. Let's diagnose me here. We got about an hour left in the show. Less than an hour left in the show. Got about 500 of yous hanging out. Click like, click subscribe, click follow, all that clicking shit. What does it mean if one of my armpits stinks and the other doesn't? All right, AI, do your thing. An asymmetrical body odor could be due to factors like uneven application of deodorant. No, pretty even-handed guy. Natural differences in the bacteria balance or sweat gland concentration in each armpit. Or even differences in arm movement and air circulation between your dominant and non-dominant side. If I sleep on my side and my right arm is the one that's kind of down, maybe that's smushing in, causing bacteria. However, if the odor is persistent or accompanied by other symptoms, it could signal an underlying medical condition like an infection, a hormonal imbalance, diabetes, or liver or kidney issues. all of which disrupt the body's chemical balance. Well, I just had a physical. I know I don't have diabetes, so I'm good there. Hormonal imbalance. Am I turning trans? Consult a doctor if you notice any significant or sudden changes in body odor, especially if it persists after practicing good hygiene. Now, when I practice good hygiene, I don't stink. I'm saying when I do stink, the right side is always worse than the left. It's universal every single time. You know, after a workout or if I haven't showered yet, the right side, always way more stinky than the left. Sam Show says, your piss smelled like donuts 2 weeks ago. Definitely diabetes. Other people in the chat are saying diabetes 100%. Papa Shab says, I fucking knew it. I didn't want to say anything. I don't think that's it. Hunter with $2 says 4-4 Ron is on HRT. I'm not on HRT, I swear. I'm a natural man. Aaron is over 30. It could be hormonal. Uh-oh. Rabbi Smoothie says, Occam's razor. It's because you're gay. Well, there's many theories out there now. I'm gay. I'm on HRT. I'm transitioning. And I have diabetes. Those are the big ones. Okay, not gay 100%. That's fucking funny. That's funny. Jennifer says, do you sleep on your right side? No, I'm kind of a stomach sleeper, but if I had to say I slept on any side, I sleep on my left side, I think is what it is. All right, let's go to this next topic that somebody threw in for us. Woman to be evicted by company who never paid a dime for her house. Uh-oh, is this a squatter story?
A Gwinnett County widow ended up in a mental health facility when she found out she would lose her home. Good evening, I'm George Estevez.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linda Stouffer. A company is evicting the woman on Friday. She says they never paid her a dime for the house. Channel 2 consumer investor.
Wait, so she's being evicted from the house, and she says they never paid her a dime. What is... They mean like they seized the house, like she owned the house, she had equity in the home, but like she didn't pay property taxes, so they took it from her? That kind of, why do they have to give you a dime? If you were evicted, that says to me you were renting, which means you have no equity. Why do they have to give you any money? But if you owned the home and they kicked you out and they sold the house to settle the debt, then yes, they have to give you the equity that's left over. Like if you owe $100,000 and you haven't paid it back and they get $350,000 for the house, you do get $250,000.
Investigator Justin Gray spent days tracking the court records and paperwork on this deed disaster. Justin.
Linda, Kimberly Gravett should have at least $100,000 in equity in the home.
Okay, so it is hers. She does own it. $100,000 is a decent amount to start over with. What's a house for one person now? Like, can you even get one for $150,000 anymore? Because they've gone up. I don't know, so $200,000 for a new house, so that's 40% for 20% down. You got $60,000 left over. You can restart on that. Give her fucking money, you pieces of shit.
She says she has not received any money from the buyer yet. I showed her the paperwork in this case to multiple attorneys who specialize in this kind of law. We checked with the clerks in the state and Gwinnett County and found
they all said that they needed us to be paid up front before they could give their professional opinion.
No records. She actually closed a sale with this home's new owners.
What has she gotten out of this deal?
Nothing. No money. Nothing.
Destiny Gravett Waters is speaking for her mother-in-law because when Kimberly Gravett was told earlier this month she was being evicted from her Gwinnett County home, she broke down.
And they decided that we needed to admit her because she felt hopeless and helpless.
As it stands now, Kimberly Gravett will walk away from her home of 40 years with nothing, not a dime. So how is that possible?
She would have never just signed away her home like this.
No.
All the equity.
No.
Wait, I have a theory. Reverse mortgage. She might have been one of those people who got talked into the old reverse mortgage, and now it's fucking her right in the ass because The thing about these reverse mortgages is they get these boomers on them by going, hey, you've been paying on your house all this time. Wouldn't you like to receive a check for your house from the equity you already have in your... So they take these boomers who have paid off all of their debt and they basically start slow buying their house back from them. Here you go. Here's your equity. And then when they die, like, hey, we gave your mother $150,000 in reverse mortgage money. You owe us that now. We sold her house. You're getting $60,000 to split between the three of you. It's just another way. There is this grand conspiracy out there. And I don't mean conspiracy in like the Alex Jones sense. I mean it in the dictionary sense. There is a cabal out there that is organizing to steal the generational wealth from the middle class. They've decided that you are done with upward mobility. They've decided you are done with generational wealth. It all belongs to these millionaires and billionaires, and they are going to get every fucking penny if they have to lie, cheat, steal, and stretch the rules. So what they're doing is, these foreign investors are coming in and buying up American real estate so that working class Americans are priced out of the market. And because home equity is the one way to create generational wealth that the working class have done for generations now. And so now these boomers bought these houses at $60,000. They're selling for $500,000. They don't want the next generation getting that $440,000. So if they can jump in, take advantage of those boomers, give them these reverse mortgages, then when they sell the house, who gets the money? The fucking bank gets the money. Or the reverse mortgage company gets the money. AIG or whatever the fuck they are. The Tom Selleck people. So they feel entitled to your generational wealth. They're trying to take it from you because they want the middle class to be done expanding and growing. It's not enough that these fucking billionaires are more populous than they ever have been before and they've got more a bigger share of the wealth than they ever had before. They want to take back your fucking birthright. They want to take back your inheritance. They want to take back what belongs to you by blood because they're greedy vultures. This is end stage capitalism. This is the end of the system where the top of the heap cannot be satiated and they just try to find new gimmicks and nooks and crannies to take your money and make it theirs. It's we're finding out where the flaws in the system are. And reverse mortgages are one of them, man. They are bad news. And it's hard because like you can't try to talk your parents out of it because then you look like you're just after their money.
She was balled up in a ball on my couch going, they just got all of my equity.
We learned about this Gwinnett County home while investigating Home Saver 911, the company being sued by Georgia's Attorney General for allegedly stealing titles to the homes of Georgia consumers. Brian McFarland is the founder of Home Saver 911.
We didn't evict her. We didn't put her out of the house. That wasn't on us.
He's right. It's a real estate company called Georgia Venture Investment Company, LLC, that evicted her. Let's follow the paper trail.
In 2024, Gravett did sign up with Home Saver 911 for help to avoid foreclosure,
signing over a warranty deed to her house. Home Saver 911 says that's supposed to be temporary. They give back the deeds when you pay off the loan. But in this case, they signed the deed over not to Gravett, but to Georgia Venture Investment Company, who had filed this lawsuit against Home Saver 911, claiming they were the real owners of the house.
This is a fucking nightmare. This is an absolute mess. So this woman didn't want her house foreclosed on. She ran out of money. And so she signs up with this home warranty company who gives you cash, and then you pay them back over time, which, God. And then they release the warranty, and you're good, you're free and clear, you've got your house again. Sounds like a fucking scam. But then they sign the deed over to a different company, and then it's a mess.
Well, look, I'd be happy to give you $15,000 back, and you guys just nullify your deal. I said, yep, no problem.
But a big problem for Kimberly Gravett. Georgia Ventures took her to court back in 2024, saying she agreed to sell her home to them in 2023 for $150,000
because they didn't read the fine print. Again, this is what they do. They just take old people's houses and they go, hey, you could use $150,000, couldn't you? Oh, I sure could use $150,000. All right, just sign here, here, and here. We'll give you the $150,000. What are they signing? Basically, power of attorney, deed to the house. It's not yours anymore. And then mom dies. The kids go to collect their, the wealth that they're going to use to fund their retirement or give their kids an inheritance or pay for their kids' college. And there's not a fucking dime. So like 3 generations of people are fucked over because these companies go find old people who can't keep up with the way the world is anymore. And they fucking rob them blind. And it's completely legal. Because all of these financial institutions are tired of watching the middle class be comfortable, tired of watching their children be able to inherit, because in their millionaire and billionaire minds, they're the only ones who are allowed to inherit. We're not worthy. So they're going to go to our parents while they're old and frail. Probably it's kind of like the trans kids in the school thing where the parents tell the kids not to tell, or the teachers tell the kids not to tell the parents. I bet you the bankers will say, you don't need to talk to your kids about this. You're your own person. You're independent. You're strong. You can do what you want. And then they get their fucking house. It's evil, man. I mean, sure, you can arrest them. You can create laws and put these people in jail if you want to, but I think there's a more effective way to do it. I mean, the French had it right in the late 1700s. Sometimes you just need a reset.
But backed out.
There are so many laws to protect these wealthy bankers from any kind of fucking consequences. The only thing these people respect is fear. And we're not allowed to make them afraid because then we go to jail. They can have old people enter into contracts they don't understand, steal their fucking house from them. But if that old person tries to burn down their fucking house, they go to prison. If you want to get back at these people, the government will protect them with every law there is and every prosecutor there is, to protect them from the consequences of their fucking actions. Because if you do that, I'm sorry, but in my idea of morality, you do this to old people, at the very least, you get the fucking shit beat out of you. This is evil, and evil gets punished with fire. But you can't. I mean, who really runs the show in this country? It ain't we the people, because they can fuck over we the people at the drop of a hat, totally legal, nothing you can do. Fuck you and your entire family. But the minute you go, that guy did something evil, I'm going to go get my vengeance, now we'll lock you in a cage. Fucking insane.
In a default judgment, a Fulton County judge ruled that she must sell the home to Georgia Venture, quote, upon plaintiff's payment of the purchase price and other monies required by the contract.
But we checked records in Gwinnett County and at the State Court of Clerks. There's no record of a sale or closing. No record of any money ever changing hands. Georgia Venture got deed to the home because Home Saver 911 signed it over to them.
She is just bewildered. She does not understand how this happened.
An attorney for Georgia Venture.
You gotta look out for your parents, especially if they're unstable like this woman seems to be. You gotta make sure they're not signing shit, meeting with people. This is why, as your parents get older, they should have executors. This is why there should be steps taken, safeguards put in place to protect your parents' money. Not only because technically it's yours, but because it's theirs. And there's going to be a scam a minute they try to run on these people. And they're not smart enough to keep up. I think after a certain age, you should stop allowing people to enter. Like, you know how before you're 18, you can't enter into a contract without a parent? I think once you're over 70, you can't enter into a contract without an adult under the age of 50 to sign for you.
Email me, quote, Georgia Venture has tendered the money to Miss Gravitt many times, but she refuses to accept it. She or her attorney may obtain the money at any time.
All right. If I'm the attorney, I go, give me the fucking money.
The Gravitts say that is not true.
Watching her go through this has been absolutely devastating.
And I asked the attorney for Georgia Ventures if there is any evidence of an actual sale, any closing documents. Anyone who's ever purchased a home knows you sit with that closing attorney or a notary, sign dozens of documents. I also asked, is there any proof of money sitting in a trust account of a closing attorney? That's what the title attorney we talked to says should happen here. Instead of providing any of that evidence, the attorney claimed I could be violating Georgia law by acting as a lawyer. I told him, we're just reporters asking questions here.
Right.
Kimberly Gravitt, she now is out of that mental health facility, packing up. She's scheduled to be evicted on Friday.
Justin,
Jesus Christ. So they're still, even with all this pressure, they're still going to kick this lady out of her house. I mean, I get, look, technically, yeah, Jelly for the Smelly says, Have you had any urges to write political message? No, I have not. We Totted says the new one, I believe, is inflating home values to increase property taxes until it's unaffordable. Yeah, I buy that completely. Anthony Schultz says Aaron is spot on about this. Of course I am. Spot on about it. Are you kidding? Spot on about it. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't spot on. If I say it, you can take it to the bank. Not this lady's bank. They'll rob you blind by the time you're done. There's got to be something done because there is a full-on war against inherited wealth by the middle class, by wealthy multinational banks that are trying to get at their money. And honestly, the only way to solve this, I think, is to save old people from themselves and stop allowing them. I mean, the reverse mortgage thing, I'm not saying the reverse mortgage thing needs to be banned, but I think after you reach a certain age, I don't think you should be able to sign that over. Where's the, here, let's bring up the Tom Selleck reverse mortgage commercial. This is fucking wild. Did he stop?
What you're thinking.
Did he stop doing these, by the way? I hope he did.
I thought what you thought. Some things are just too good to be true. Just like you, I thought that reverse mortgages had to have some kind of catch, just a way for the banks to get your house, right?
Yes. Yes, it's a way for the banks to get your house. I mean, technically, okay, the bank now owns the equity in your home. You or your kids just don't get as much money when you sell it. So they can use like little weasel phrases like that. Well, technically, we don't take your home. Right. You just take the value that's, lying therein. And I hate to get too conspiratorial. I hate to go down the rabbit hole too much with you here, but I'm thinking the same people who made Tom Selleck famous and allowed him to have a movie career are now asking for the receipt and saying, all right, Tom, we need you to do us a favor. We got this new thing called reverse mortgages, and your old people trust you. You're Magnum PI, you're Mr. Baseball. I need you to push this for us.
Well, then I did some homework. And I found out it's not any of that. It's not another way for the bank to get your house. And it's also not too good to be true. A reverse mortgage loan is a simple idea, really. You turn your home's equity into cash, and you pay it back when you leave the house.
You like that? You pay it back when you leave the house. Meaning, when you sell the house, they just take the equity that's left and pay back what you owe. Meaning there ain't going to be shit left. And your kids might actually end up owing money after we sell your house. Because if you've got 150 in equity, but you owe us 90, well, you have to use the 60, I'm starting to do dusty math here, to pay off the 90. Well, now there's 30 left over that you still owe the bank, so your kid's got to, God damn it. It's not a way for the bank to get your home. In the literal sense, he's not wrong. But the amount of wordsmithing you have to do to make this factual is fucking evil, man. It really is just evil. And he's a good actor, so he can pitch it. I want to believe that Tom Selleck was not told how evil this is, and he's just going with it. But, like, how much is Selleck worth? Does he really need the paycheck? How many divorces does Tom have under his belt that he had to pay for? Because it seems like your soul is worth more than this.
Most people use the money to pay off their existing mortgage or pay some bills, cover medical costs, even update their home. And
how is that not robbing Peter to pay Paul? I take the equity that's in my home to pay off the mortgage with my...
Just as importantly, you still own your home.
Right, we just own the equity.
You make no monthly mortgage payments.
Nice, right?
It's a loan designed just for older Americans, and it's helped hundreds of thousands to live a more stable, secure retirement.
You know, if you're one of these boomers who didn't buy, who didn't sell their house to buy a $300,000 RV to run around the country in because, fuck your kid's inheritance, then we can just take your home from you and you won't have any equity. It's great.
And stay in the home they love.
AAG is the leader in reverse mortgages. Call us today for your free information kit. It will answer all your questions and help you decide if a reverse mortgage is right for you and how to qualify.
I know what you're thinking. I did too. I felt the same way.
That you're doing this because Jews told you to? I don't think you and I are thinking the same thing, Tommy.
But I checked it out, and I found out a lot more. It's pretty simple.
Yeah?
A reverse mortgage from AAG can give you the retirement stability you're looking for.
And then we'll take all the money when you fucking die. You know, it's amazing. He doesn't have that much hair, but it's still enough to cover up the horns. It's remarkable.
Maybe you want to check it out.
If you're 62 or older and own your own home, give AAG a call to receive your free information kit. You'll receive the information you're looking for, as well as tell you how much cash you may qualify for. Call 1-800-816-7908 today.
And don't tell your kids that you're talking to AAG. That's the scummiest way to put it, the whole, and you pay back the loan when you leave your home. You just some cash in the couch cushions and you just hand it over. MSO said, oh, is this true? And you've got to keep your home in perfect condition because they can probably force you to do any repairs that's in the contract. Wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it. MSO says the other thing that most people don't think of is the phrase, when you leave the home. So if you end up in a hospital for more than the agreed upon days, I think it's 60 days. Well, oh, okay. So there's that too. Yeah. Or when we loan you a shitload of money and you run out of equity in your home, we take your house from you and then we consider it even. Jesus. Reverse mortgages are the long game that's kind of what I was saying. They had photos of Tom Selleck on Epstein Island. Well, what's Tom's net worth? Tom Selleck net worth. $45 million. How much did AAG pay him? It couldn't have been more than $2 million. Tom Selleck, AAG salary. Paid spokesman. His salary is not public. He's worth $45 million. He still is a paid spokesman for AAG. Good for you, Tom. Good for you. You're worth $45 million. And it's not enough. It's not enough. Bearded Trucker says, so a reverse mortgage is a great idea if you don't have any kids because nobody to go after. Well, that's true. That's probably true. I mean, who are you going to give it to? Return Trip says, Tom Selleck is a saint. How dare you? Well, that's the thing. You try to criticize the AAG deal, and then all the elderly people go, how? Tom Selleck would never tell me a lie. He's a good man. There's nothing you can do. Babs Board Game says he'll never need a reverse mortgage because he's rich. Yeah, that's just it. All right, Tom, you get one. There, let's do that. You get a reverse mortgage. That would be funny if you caught him off guard and you went, hey, Tom, you want to get a reverse mortgage? No fucking way. It's a rip-off. I mean, maybe someday I will. Moto says, oh my God, it's a scam. They probably use in-house appraisers. Dude, any way there is to fuck these old people out of $5, you can bet these companies are doing it. Bigot on Socialist Media says, wouldn't you just sell the house? I mean, or talk to your family, see if they can help you out. Anything. Sam Show with a great point. Boomers have this weird trust with old celebrities. Yeah, I do notice that about my people, the millennials. The minute a celebrity starts to talk about some scammy shit, even if we love them, we're like, oh, I didn't know this guy was a fucking asshole. That sucks. Old people see a celebrity talking about something like, I trust him indefinitely. I trust him no matter what. Fauci's Pangolin said, don't worry, Magnum PI is going to investigate this reverse mortgage shit. Yeah. Rabbi Smoothie says, why would the kids be responsible for their parents' debt? Whoever agreed to that? Well, somebody, look, the bank's going to get their money if they're still owed money, believe you me, and they'll come after you. MSO says, Mannix sold me some swampland in Florida. Jim Rockford talked me into a condo. Can you believe it? I mean, thank God Bob Crane's not alive. That guy could have sold tits to a boar. Sam Show says, ever watch them when an old celebrity pops up on the screen? They point and get all excited. Is the term, it's tits on a bull, isn't it? Not tits on a boar. Is a boar a male pig? No, a boar is this show. Oh, no, a boar is a male pig, so it's tits. Okay. Tits on a boar still works. Tits on a bull works too, though, because a bull is a male cow. See? I know farm shit. 09 Canyon says it's how they were raised. You used to be taught that you could trust the newsmen. That idea transfers subconsciously. Maybe. Redman says Sling Blade sold me some mobile phone service. Oh, damn you, Billy Bob. Reformed Rapscallion says, ever see them get misty-eyed at the Christmas Coke commercials? I didn't know this was going to lead to us shitting on boomers. You know, this whole segment was initially started because we were going to have sympathy for boomers because they're getting fucked over, and now we're just shitting all over them. Balls Deep says, notice the lack of satisfied customers. Yeah, why wouldn't they have anybody talking about how I'm so happy with my reversed mortgage? It's so great. Oh, MSO letting us know Karmic is a bore. Oh, that's... I understand. I get, you know what? Thank you. That helped me. I get it now. Oh, I got bad news in Minneapolis. Omar Feta this morning. This story's about 2 hours old. Omar Feta, you know, the guy the Democrats basically fucked out of the endorsement for mayor of Minneapolis. He says his office was vandalized. Dude, play this up for the publicity 100%. Like hate crimes sell. The campaign for Minneapolis mayoral candidate Omar Feta says it filed a police report after their campaign office was vandalized this week. Feta's campaign team says they found a message outside their building that reads, Somali Muslim, this is no joke. All right, look. I've seen enough of these turn out to be like self-inflicted that I have a hard time just accepting it. And this is kind of like, you know, they're finding all these things written on bullets when there's a shooter. I'm having I'm not ready to call bullshit on it, but I'm really skeptical of the writing on bullets thing. You know, like it's bombs were dropping over Japan when they used to write, the Yanks are coming and shit like that. I don't know. I feel like some of that's some PSYOP government false flag shit. Just like I think some of this vandalism. And, you know, it really bums me out to see Republicans just bite the wafer on the writing on the bullets. Because Republicans were the ones who were like, PSYOP, Fed, glowing, false flag. And that was good. I like that amount of skepticism. Make them prove it to you. But that guy yesterday at the ICE facility, they're like, see, he wrote anti-ICE on his bullets. I'm like, yeah, but so would the Trump administration to get you to think that there's some kind of grand attack going on against ICE people and galvanize everyone against the left. So I'll always express skepticism of the vandalism type shit because I've seen too many of them that were not just false flags, but downright hoaxes. Fata's campaign says they found the message, Somali Muslim, this is no joke. FATA's campaign says this is the latest incident of hate speech it has received. In a statement, FATA's team said our campaign will not be deterred by hate speech and vandalism. We will not back down to Islamophobia. I will not be bullied or intimidated. Now, remember, this guy's a state senator. He's running against Jacob Fry to be mayor of Minneapolis. And in the DFL nominating convention, he won. And Jacob Fry and his buddies in the Democratic Party realized they'd created a monster. And they were like, hey, these Somalis are supposed to just vote for us and support us. They're not supposed to take like leadership roles. So they manipulated it where they said, no, the counting machines were wrong. The online tabulations weren't right. We have to void this endorsement vote. And they did. They voided the endorsement vote for Omar Fata. So he's not the endorsed DFL candidate anymore. And it's him against Jacob Fry. And Jacob Fry is shitting his pants. Jacob Fry is shitting his pants so hard that this Fata guy might beat him in Minneapolis that he recorded an ad in Somali. Oh, it's bad. But you know, for the Democrats in Minneapolis, you reap what you sow. You wanted to bring it all in. You wanted to import your voter base. Here you go. Hope it was worth it. If I were Fata, I'd lean into this. I'd play the victim card so fucking bad and then watch the DFL, watch these white DFLers get done in with the same bullshit victimhood tactics that they've been playing on people for years. I don't know. I welcome this era in Minneapolis politics. Fata was initially endorsed by the Minneapolis DFL, but the Minnesota DFL revoked the endorsement after Fry challenged the endorsement following a chaotic convention. The Minneapolis DFL has now asked the Minnesota DFL to reinstate his endorsement. It's so awkward because none of them want to say to the Somali community what the truth is, which is we never wanted you people to actually be in leadership roles. You were supposed to just be born followers. This is awkward for us. Reformed rapscallion said, or maybe he hates deportation so much he'd rather kill them than have them deported. I'm attempting mental gymnastics over here. I get it. Like, I don't mind any theory, you know? I don't, any skepticism I'm down for. Like, to me, skepticism, great. Just swallowing the story whole cloth? Nah, not interested. This is kind of a cool clip. This has nothing to do with anything. I just thought this was a good thing to have towards the end of the show. By the way, speaking of the end of the show, thank you for making this a nice and easy one. Not only did we knock out this goal early, but we're nice and ahead for tonight. And then I got a busy day today. I got to run around and go pick up some things and then drop some things off. I've got like a delivery man schedule today. So thank you guys very much for making the last goals of the week so easy to hit and another perfect week for the toe on the horizon. So this is a guy who stole a car, ran into a lift bridge and decided, you know what? If I sit here and wait for this lift bridge to go up and then go down, I'm going to get fucking caught. So I got to kind of roll the dice on this one. Let's take a look. We got dash cam video of this. This is a rare find. So the cop is trying to get this stolen car, and the stolen car is not having it.
We turning northbound. Failing to yield out east northbound.
So here we go.
Stuck on the traffic at the bridge here, crossing over the multi-cut.
Oh, there he goes. You scared him off. Uh-oh. Sir, that bridge is... The road is not connected. You have to wait for it to go all the way down. Sir, you can't. Sir, you can't go through that gate. That's not. Oh, boy. He made it.
He actually made the jump.
He made the jump. He made the jump. Look at him go. That guy's name is Kyle Krabs. Wow. It just transferred right over to a fantasy football show. And it's a guy named Kyle Krabs, you know. I admire a guy who feels like he doesn't have to get a show busy name, you know. Chad D's Nuts with $2 says, been listening since 8. Show has been a drag today. We have had like a lot of negative stories today, haven't we? I've gotten my blood pressure up. And it's funny because we were on Dong Watch, and that was a lot of fun. Goal got knocked out really early. Who knows? Maybe it's the goal that keeps me sharp. Maybe it did get to be a little bummer. Or maybe people think that guy's an asshole. I don't know. We got off to a weird start today, though, because the Rumble stream wasn't working. And so we kept killing the stream and bringing it back, killing the stream and bringing it back. I don't know. Rusty Grammer says he should be cleared of all charges. He's in the next county over now. Well, all he has to do is stop at the train depot and pay his bounty. And then he's fine. Reformed Rapscallion says, I am feeling like I need to start a YouTube show. The world needs to know what's in my head. You know, you wouldn't be the first person I've inspired. I'm a very inspirational guy. A lot of people watch me go through manic ramblings and they go, well, this guy's retarded and he does it and he makes money. I can fucking do it. I encourage everybody to try it on their own. Why not? Rabbi Smoothie says, you're going to listen to a guy who calls himself Chad D's Nuts? What? You telling me that guy can't be trusted? How fucking dare you? How dare you say that you can't trust a guy simply because his name is Chad D's Nuts? You know, I'll be honest with you. It's just that kind of bigotry that holds us back in this world. Jillian Michaels stormed off the set of her own show after she got in a heated Charlie Kirk debate with our girl, Anna Kasparian. So Jillian Michaels was on so all these like centrist, mildly left of center, mildly right of center women got together and they formed like their own view. You know, their whole approach and their whole angle, which I kind of admire, is like we're going to be the View, but without menopause and cuntiness. So in a way, not really the View at all. Well, Jillian Michaels had it with Anna Kasparian. They were debating Charlie Kirk. And apparently, our girl Anna ran her off. I'm a bigger Anna Kasparian guy than I am Jillian Michaels. Jillian Michaels, there's something off with her. But Anna Kasparian, she's full of fire and vim and vigor. And I like Anna. Anna's got, for lack of a better word, Anna's got balls. But Jillian Michaels did not like the way the conversation went. And I think a good storm off of a TV show is a wildly underrated moment. Let's take a look.
I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries. But
Oh, God. You know, a lot of times people think that the reason people hate The View is because they're so angry and lefty. I think there's something about just women getting fired up with opinions that sometimes people either go, oh, that's cute, or they go, all right, we got it. This woman going, it's the furries, it's the furries. Say it one more time.
Don't know, and I don't look.
There's
for those who are saying
evidence to suggest none.
Okay, you're saying
guys, can we just stop for a second?
This is ridiculous. This is absurd. Like this whole thing is ridiculous. There are two things being conflated right now. There are
her tits.
Conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End of story.
We're not talking about that today.
I am talking about something entirely
different.
talking
about
no,
that.
we're not. Hold on.
Oh, you
Let
were
me
talking
finish
about
my
that.
fucking thought.
I love her. That's our girl. And you know what? I'll tell you why I'm on Anna's side, because they were all talking over each other and I was starting to tweak out a little bit. So I back Anna on this.
Okay, the real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead, you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about how, using the fucking moment for his own political purposes, like the fucking ghoul that he is.
I believe it's Golem, not cool, but yeah, I get it. Anna's Armenian. That is odd, isn't it? Anna's an Armenian and she works with a Turk. I think that shows the world is healing.
Let me finish my point.
Him killing Charlie Kirk.
Did I not just
said that.
I literally
Okay, so now we're just gonna make
let
a
me finish
sidebar
my point, Jillian, because none of us can finish the damn point without someone else jumping down your throat.
I have to say, you guys, this is way better than The View. This show is way better. Put this shit on ABC. Just a bunch of broads ready to look at that. Anna's step counter is going up, sitting still. She's getting so fired up.
I don't think that Israel killed him because there's no evidence of that. But I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting an assassination in this country for his own political means and purposes.
I have to say, I too was completely shocked that Benjamin Netanyahu would use our American emotions over a uniquely American situation to manipulate us and try to make it about Israel. I couldn't believe that Benjamin Netanyahu would do such a thing.
And lying about the nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu, just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy.
Nice.
And he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great. We were good. We had a great relationship. Little did we know behind the scenes, there was a lot
every
of pressure
show
towards
ends up
Netanyahu.
being about how do we bash Israel.
Jillian Michaels is Jewish, isn't she? I'm sorry. I think Jillian Michaels. Guys, give me 1 second here. Anna's not a big Israel person. Jillian Michaels. God, I've got fat thumbs. Her mother is Jewish and her father is of Syrian descent. Okay, well then I can see why maybe she's a little sensitive as to why every show turns into bashing Israel.
This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love
I
you
know.
guys.
I'm sorry. Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country committing a genocide. Yeah. Okay.
Zero. I think you guys are great. I fundamentally disagree with you about like every show doing this. I'm sorry.
She's had it. She's like that is a fair point to Anna though. Like every fucking show, the Jews. People do get that way. I get that way with myself. Like sometimes we'll do 3 shows in a row. Like there was a while there when Israel was really wilding out, before Charlie Kirk got killed. Isn't it something after Charlie Kirk got killed, a lot of that Israel criticism just kind of went on the back burner and Donald Trump said we should give him another $6 billion. Be careful when they're doing something over here because over here they're doing something really naughty. But like, it does sometimes get to be a lot. Like sometimes I'll listen to myself on this show and I'll go, all right, Aaron, fucking, we got it. They're evil. They're committing a genocide. Just cool it with Israel for a minute. So I understand why she like picked up her shit and left. But you are on a show. You are contracted to be there. And this one could do a couple squats, but who am I to judge? And does she oh God, isn't that PBD promoted thing? Angry Patriot. Oh God. Guys, enough with PBD podcast. It really is horrible, lowbrow, low IQ shit.
Cool. So can we continue the conversation?
Yeah, let's.
I like that. So anyway, the Jews. All right. So here's why I think they're bad. And Jillian Michael's like, I am tired that every show just becomes bashing Israel. I've had it. I'm tired of it. And Anna's like, all right, cool. We'll see you later. Anyway, Jews, guys, am I right?
Okay.
You wanted to do it anyway.
Let's finish the last topic.
All right.
All right.
Wow. Okay, guys. So,
you wish you could go back to talking about furries again, don't you, miss? The show was so much more enjoyable when we just talked about furries all the time. Now Anna and Jillian are arguing over Judaism. Todd Buttshine says, wouldn't have to talk about Jews if they weren't trying to, oh my goodness. And then he goes, are they on Women Connect? Yeah, Min Connect. So while Fuentes was on PBD, we kept seeing this pop-up QR code for this like Min Connect or Women Connect or whatever. And we were like, well, what the fuck is this? And in my head, I'm going, holy shit. They got Nick Fuentes on this show, but he had to like be a part of some new grift company that PBD started. And sure enough, PBD started a thing where he gets guests on his shows and then they sign up for this Women Connect because he can't stop running fucking Ponzi schemes where you contact these people, you pay a certain amount of money, you get to email them or call them or do a video call with them, and they give you advice on how to build your brand. So Nick, and then PBD takes a piece of the action. So Nick Fuentes said on his show that he purposely set his price to $6,000 so that nobody would call. Love it. Love it. 383 Novocaine with $2 says another great police chase. Wait until the end. All right, we are running out of time here. We will get to this pretty soon. Mario Momo says PBD lowbrow and steel toe is the Hoover Institute. You know what? That's a good one. But I am the Hoover Institute compared to Patrick Bet-David. The guy's fucking brain dead. Reformed Rapscallion says the fat thumb is connected to the fat hand. The fat hand's connected to the fat arm. I should have just said nothing. All right, let's do this 45-second chase, and then we'll get the hell out of here, I think. Then I'll storm off, and I'll say it's because of we're talking about Jews too much. All right, here we go, and then we are out. Guys, thank you very much for an incredible show today. Just nice and easy, a great time. We brought back the YouTube chat, and it made us a shitload of money. We had problems with Rumble early on, but it recovered. We peaked back up in the 600s again, averaged in the high fives. I appreciate you guys very much. All right, so there's no sound on this one. That eats ass, but are they tethered together? Are they? Oh, fuck, he used that. There's a word for this. We just got these in Minnesota. It's, I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, he's hooked onto this guy's car and he can't go anywhere. That is awesome. That's some Batmobile shit. Go in reverse, dude. Throw it in reverse. You got this. Throw it in reverse, then go and drive real quick. There you go. Now go. And try it again. One more time. Yep. Now gun it. Now there you go. Back. Now gun it. Go. Dude, he's going to rip that back axle off. That's my prediction. That back axle is coming off. Go. Punch it. Ah! Yes. Oh boy. Now whenever you're done paying your debt to society for that one, you also have to go car shopping. Hey, Chad Buzamok says, got here late. Join me at noon Eastern time. So 11 o'clock, 30 minutes from now, for the newest Chad Wet-Brained Follies. I saw you were doing very good numbers. I hope, I'm not asking, but I hope that I get a little bit of credit for those nice premiere numbers. I saw that you were near 100 at one point. That's better than Karmic does. Buzamok has the Chad Wet-Brained Follies at 11 o'clock Central Time this morning. Buzamok, do me a favor. Throw the link in the chat because I'm going to leave. So we're getting out of here pretty quick. I want you to put that link in the YouTube and the Rumble chat. Put them in both. I'll pin them up and people can go watch it from here. Guys, thank you very much for joining us today. Go visit Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, especially for the Vikings game this Sunday morning. Go talk to our friends at Midland Armory about your next purchase for home defense, carry, whatever the hunting, whatever the case may be. And if you ever get in an accident, you go in the ditch, whatever problems you have, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Buzamok just put the link in the Rumble chat. There we go. It's pinned to the top of the page. And I don't have, you can put one in the YouTube chat for them too. Anthony Doob says, what up, Steel Toe? I love being a member. Yes, absolutely. And we're glad to have all of you here today. All right, go watch Chad Buzamok. I'm out of here. Thanks for another great show. We're that close to a perfect week. We'll see you tonight at 6 p.m.